I know.
All rise.
I can hear sound here.
¿De pie? Comenzó.
Why are we rising?
I'm no done.
I
just want to stand.
I'm just.
No.
I was joking.
You two confuse me. Okay, so there's sound here, but I don't know what's going on. Anyways, welcome. Regular board meeting. What's today? August 14, 6 p.m.
A las 6 de la tarde.
And we're opening with roll call.
Ando con-
Marta,
Present.
Dr. Turkey,
Present.
Angela.
Present.
And
Angela.
Sandra and Rick are also present. They're in the back. Myself, Adriana.
Y estoy
All
yo.
right. Any public comment on closed session
Acerca de
agendas?
puntos en la sesión cerrada.
All right, closing
Bien.
any public comment. We're going to close session. Be back.
Antes de ir a la sesión cerrada, volvemos. Bien. Probando. But can I take it off? Yeah. Copy 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? What's that? Copy 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? There's an echo. Copy 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? Copy 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me? I couldn't hear anything. Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Right. Welcome, everyone. We are reconvening from closed session to open session. Let's do flag salute. Right, no actions taken in closed session, and we are gonna actually, before we adopt the agenda, we're gonna welcome our student representative and do an oath with our student representative. So Matt, please.
Okay, so, Joanna, you're gonna stand. You can do this, but then we can repeat after me. I, Adriana, Maniputawa, do solemnly swear that
I, Adriana, solemnly swear that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation of purpose, evasion, and
That I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and
I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Awesome. Adriana, welcome. What a beautiful name.
Thank you.
So it's pretty cool to have another Adriana at the table, and we welcome you and we hope you had a good, I know you're gonna give an introduction once your student report is, so I'll leave that at that time, but welcome.
Thank you.
All right, adoption of the agenda now
I motion to adopt the agenda.
with edits to pull number 8, 9, and 16. So Marta move. Do I have a second?
Yes.
The agenda or the consent? Because we're pulling from the consent.
Right, we are adopting the agenda
Without pulling it.
with pulling from the
Oh,
consent.
okay, okay.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I mixed up.
yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. So now, is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
A second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. And then let's go into. Wait, where are we? Recognition and presentations. We're starting with receiving a presentation on our restorative practice for our district. Who's doing that one? Katie, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'm here to give an update on our restorative practices, which is LCAP Goal 2.2, which states that we will implement positive behavior intervention supports and restorative justice practices, which in schools they're typically called restorative practices, and restorative justice is used more in the criminal justice system. Just like other things, restorative practices are implemented within a multi-tiered system of support, which I've described as ice cream here in the past. So I'm going to continue to use that analogy where tier 1, the initial scoop of ice cream is what all of our students should receive. Good, high quality instruction, social emotional learning, opportunities to move their body and have nutritious meals, have fun with friends. And if we do that well, that'll work for about 80 to 85% of our students, which is what the research says. And some of our students, sorry, I'm out of breath because I ran up here. And if we do that well, some of our students will continue to need additional support, just like we do as humans. And that's our tiered intervention that's layered on the ice cream. It's the chocolate sauce. So that might look like small group intervention in a classroom, social skills group, pull out of the classroom, something special that's layered on for our students that need additional help. And then if we do that well, that'll be about 10% of our students. About 3 to 5% will need intensive individualized support. That is the nuts, chocolate sauce, strawberry there, a cookie on the side. For restorative practices, that might look like at tier 1, circles, community building circles in the classroom. At tier 2, it might look like conflict mediation circles for our students. And at tier 3, it might look like formal restorative conferencing or a reentry meeting for students that have been suspended. And then here is our journey. So in 2022, 2023, we did engage in a partnership with Restorative Justice Partners, our practices. Actually, I believe it's partners, sorry. That's an agency in Monterey County that worked with schools. We delivered training at the middle and high school and also Prunedale. The focus was on building respect agreements. And we did end that partnership with them over time because of feedback from the teachers that they were hoping to get some different professional development. And then in 23, 24, we focused on delivering training and support to our administrators. We gave them the Don't Suspend Me book, which gives alternatives to suspension. And we also gave them a guide and an anchor document to use for alternatives, and when our students are suspended, a reentry document to build supportive plans for our students. And then I'm going to go a little bit more deeper into last year and then for the future. So last year, we had a team there at the top left participate with Monterey County Office of Education in circles training with an agency called Community Matters. And they also participated in formal restorative conferencing training, which is what we would implement when we have a student that engaged in a kind of challenging behavior. Our district also hosted an intro training and a training of trainers where we had 10 people in our district receive training of trainers with Community Matters. And they actually spanned across all of our sites. And we've been implementing and modeling the practices that we're learning. So sometimes you see us circle up in our professional development opportunities. We're trying to lead and model what those practices look like. And here's an example of Elkhorn School where they implemented, this was a direct practice they learned from the building community training with NMCUSD, where we ask our families and students what their hope is. So I just wanted to give a real life example of it being implemented. These are the data from 23-24 to last school year. So you can see that we have an increase in our total majors, which is our ed code violations from 431 to over 1,000, which is probably attributed to better accuracy in our data collection. Our suspensions decreased from 56 to 22, and this is district-wide data. In-school suspension decreased from 14 to 10%. Response to, in our student information system, it's called the disposition. So you can also choose other dispositions other than suspension. So counseled in 23-24 was 4%, which increased to 12%. And parent conference increased from 1 to 6%. And other means of correction is something that we used last school year. I will say that in our student information system, you can choose multiple dispositions. So I think the data is a little dirty. So you could choose suspension and counseled and parent conference, and it wouldn't be clear here. And I don't have a way of pulling that from the student information system. And we just received an intent to award our district $99,000 for the Restorative Practices Grant. And what that grant looks like is we have 3 pilot schools identified within the grant. And I primarily worked with the middle school to write the grant. And we have it outlined for 6 classified and 6 certificated stipends to support with restorative practices. And the middle school's idea was to really have them help with student leadership and mediating with peers. We have extra hours for professional development and classified and certificated, and also establishment for restorative spaces, materials for implementing professional development. And there's also an element of in bringing families in to learn more about restorative practices. Sorry, there we go. So our next steps are to connect with Community Matters, who is an agency that's been supporting us free of charge through their own grant, to kind of outline a plan for continued professional development. Once I receive the grant award notification, I will submit it to you all. And then we'll plan with each pilot site how they'd like to use those funds in relation to the goals of the grant. And we'll continue coaching the practices and modeling them every chance we get. Sorry. Thank you. Any
Right.
questions?
Thank you, Katie. I'm gonna first open it up for any public comment. Sue? All right, closing public comment, and I'll start with the board. I'll start with our student representative. Do you have any questions?
No questions, but maybe a comment. I definitely like the tier system that's used. I think it presents a lot of structure for our kids. And yeah, I think that's very beneficial. I mean, it's showing stats beneficial, so I think it's very good.
Thank you. Rick?
Thank you for the presentation. That sounds like good news.
Sandra?
Yes, thank you, Katie. I have a question. Is detention still a thing?
Just had this conversation recently. I don't know that, I think there is a conversation about detention that's occurring in plans. I don't know that it's been established at our secondary sites.
How is detention seen compared to, let's say suspension, as the ability to have students reflect and modify their behavior? What does the research say? Is it effective? Is it not effective, or it depends?
It depends. Depends
Okay.
on what is happening in detention.
Okay, so how you structure detention.
Because it could be an opportunity for skill building intervention, or it could be like what you see in the movies where they're all just chilling in a room. Right?
Okay.
It really depends on how it's structured. Mhm.
Thank you.
Angela?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And also, I get really excited when I hear teachers and administrators and people in our district reach out and find alternative money through grants to help provide better services. So I thank you for reaching out and applying for that grant and bringing some new stuff for our kids.
Martha?
No, thank you. I was really curious to see how this program works, and you gave some really good data and stuff around that. So just, a couple of questions, and kudos to the grant. So that is awesome. So there's 3 pilot schools, Prunedale Middle School and High School. How was Prunedale chosen from all the other elementary schools?
Yeah, it was selected based off of the data. So our behavioral data, the readiness of the school site. So we've done some work at that school site in particular, presenting to the staff. And I just had a full thought that left me. The administrators there have been implementing the restorative practices anchor document. So it was readiness to implement and behavioral data that guided that decision. And specifically the middle school had a full plan.
So this has been in place, right? This restorative practice has been in place.
I would say, yeah, the elements.
In all the schools?
There's elements that were mentioned like in that timeline that are implemented in all schools, and there's still work to go.
Okay. Okay. And it was cool to see the train the trainer, team so, we get new staff, we get new administrators. So it's like, for example, here at the high school, right? We have new leadership. So do they go through this training, and how long is this training? And
It really, I know I'm not giving the best answers. It really depends on their skill set and their background and experience. And so, for example, I did have a meeting with a new administrator who would like to learn more about restorative practices. And so that's when we would match that need with the resource to help them grow and learn. Whereas other administrators that come into our district might have more skill and experience in this area and might need less. So the ice cream scoops for the kids also apply to adults and how we tier and layer on our support for us too, the staff and our administrators.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll follow up with the question about that. So different, there's no like one training, one consistency view on what restorative practices is?
Embedded into our,
Because you're mentioning that only if administrators or staff are asking for more training, then there's offered of training. There isn't like a consistency training for all staff to say, regardless of how much experience you have, this is how we as a district view restorative justice and practices.
it right now, currently, it's wrapped up into our PBIS. So in our training to staff, our training to new teachers, our tier one network, we focus on the PBIS restorative practices goal and the social emotional learning goal. And I think that we are more heavy on the PBIS component and less on the restorative practice. And that's been a need that I've heard from teachers where they're wanting to learn more about implementation of circles. And so I think that's a place that we can shift to, because that really would be the tier one practice within the classroom that they would implement for that ice cream scoop. And then there's also the need for, it could go like there's a need to train our yard duty staff, people that are mediating conflict out on the playground for doing the mediation circles. And then the same with administrators who are handling the discipline piece. So how do we respond to behavioral concerns, but then prompt an alternative, a mediation, a conflict resolution instead of just suspending?
So there's depending on the school they treat,
I would say right now that
different.
I think there is a difference, but we're working towards alignment. So we could go on the flip side of that. So we are working to build a response to behavioral matrix and update it. We've had it from year to year with our restorative practices embedded. That we're working towards alignment, but I would not say that our district has alignment in implementing circles within every classroom in our school district.
Or implementing the same practices.
Practices.
I guess my
Yeah.
concern, Katie, is like, if we're teaching our little ones, K through sixth grade, that the way we're gonna handle discipline is gonna be a certain way in one school. They come and mix themselves in middle school, and then it's a whole different way of handling things. And then they come to high school and it's a whole different way depending on the staffing. I think that it would be great to have one consistent view. And I'm hearing you're trying to align to that, but I think it's really important and urgent to align to one same view. So one, we don't confuse our students. Two, it creates a little bit more fairness, because one staff can be viewing one one issue a certain way, and the other one could be viewing it in a different way. So there's different treatment in that sense.
100%. So for that part there, we do have alignment. We have our response to behavior matrix, which I'll share after this. And we vetted it with our lawyers, and then we're retraining all of our administrators in the next couple of weeks with AALRR, and the restorative practices are embedded within for the response to behavior piece. For that, like the tier one implementation in the classroom for circles, I would say there's less alignment there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brianna, I'm having hearing issues, so I don't know if you can. I can't hear a lot. Like, maybe it's just me. Can you put the volume a little bit up so I can hear? Thank you. The next one is a welcome North County presentation.
Hello, board. I have the pleasure of introducing our new teachers to North Monterey County Unified School District. These are a list by site of the certificated teachers and where they are going to be teaching. And there we go. All right, first, we're starting with Castroville Elementary, and we have 5 new educators starting there this year. We have Chinoa Badero teaching 3rd grade, Maria Zapata teaching 5th grade bilingual. Whoop, that is automatically going. Let's get back to Castroville here. Luis Jimenez Garcia, he is one of our elementary prep teachers teaching with a focus on science. Yasmin Perez Garcia will be teaching kindergarten, and I do not know what's going on here. And Jonica Stagnaro is our art music teacher. And the presentation definitely wants to go on to the next slide here, apparently. So we're going to go on to Elkhorn Elementary. Chelsea Lee is teaching 4th grade. Jessica DeMott, 2nd grade. Lilia Lutz is our elementary prep teacher focusing on science. I promise I'm not hitting buttons. And Sandra Shreve is teaching 6th grade. And moving on to Echo Valley, we have 1 new teacher at Echo Valley, Tracy Perez Guzman, teaching 5th grade bilingual. Moving on to Prunedale Elementary, 5 new educators there. Adriana Guzman Lopez teaching kinder. Cheryl Dorsey is our MTSS TOSA. Samantha Rivera is teaching 1st grade. Not sure what's happening. Whoa. Any idea over there? Okay, let's get on back over. Let's get on over here. Oh, he's throwing a curveball at me here. Valeria Hernandez de Ando is teaching our 5th grade biliteracy class, and Hannah Anderson is teaching our MTSS TOSA, or filling that role for us. And okay, at our middle school, Denora Martinez is teaching our Spanish class. Grace Vigiano is teaching English. Rihanna Hurt is our arts teacher. Samantha Gwynvarch is our science teacher. And Susan Costello is our other science teacher. And Jessie Leva is our new band instructor for the year. So we were able to find our band teacher, which was a huge find for us. And North Monterey County High School. We have 2 pages of new educators up here. And when I say new, it is a mixture of seasoned educators who are new to our district and some new teachers in here as well. We have several teachers in teacher induction. Let me make sure I've got the right one here. Alan Klink Scales is our CT patient care teacher. Cesar Rios is our math teacher. Eric Silva is our math teacher. I am super excited to see math teachers up here because this time last year we were still looking for some. So we're in a good spot. Fable Moncure is science. Flynn Walthour is our social science teacher, and James Hickson is also social science. Lori Ramirez teaching English. Roberto Soto is our VAPA art teacher. Shelby Antes is English. Teresa George is our English teacher. William Tyler, math. Going back one more time here. Karina Alvarez is our academic counselor. I also have this printed out in hard copy too for each of the board members. I'll bring them up after this presentation so you have this all in front of you. Edgar Munoz is our math advisory teacher for Central Bay, recent addition. Thank you, Edgar. And North Monterey County Independent Study, Diego Celaya is coming back to help us out this year teaching math and science. I believe a few of you board members had met quite a few of these teachers. Oh, let's go back to special services for a second. We also are fortunate to have found some fantastic RSP teachers, SDC teachers, and psychologists. We have Anna Landlin. Wow, and there goes my surprise with the picture. Anna Landlin is our intern psych at Elkhorn. Ashley Arango is our intern psych at the high school. Austin Mueller is at Elkhorn, intern psych. Someone's playing a joke on me tonight. Darcy Bate is our RSP teacher at the high school. Destiny Grzova is our STC teacher elementary. That is a new addition, and we are still, I believe we're going to be at Castroville there filling that role. Vanessa Fernandez is our RSP at the middle school. Teresa Balon is our psychologist. And Danae, if I can get back to Danae's name, Krzezinski is our RSP at Elkhorn. Now, I believe one of you were on the bus with all of our new teachers, so I had the opportunity to meet all of them and take this fantastic group photo in front of the giant artichoke. But we want to welcome all of our new teachers to the North Monterey County Unified School District family, and we're excited for this year. I did not end that, I promise. I was trying to stay on the picture. Any questions on this? Sorry, I went through so quick.
Thank you, Curtis.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm gonna first open it to any public comment.
It has finally happened after 18 years in the district. Little Samantha Rivera was my very first second grader, and she is now a teacher. So yesterday, I pulled out my class photos. I keep a little binder in my class every year and went back to the first year and walked around, showed him Samantha's picture and said, someday you could be first starting sitting in this class, same classroom, and one day you can be a teacher in this district. And they were like, wow, she's a teacher now. So hopefully
Awesome.
kids sitting in my class right now will come back and teach in the district in about 17, 18 years.
Awesome. All right, any other amazing public comment? Soon? All right, closing public comment. I'll start with our student representative, Adriana.
No comments or no questions, but thank you for presentation. It's nice to see all the new teachers like kind of written out for me because you always see a new face on campus, like a new school year, but it's nice to see who they are and what they teach. So thank you.
Awesome. Rick?
Yeah, just a great time, and everyone got to know each other, and they got to know the history of our district and some of the our communities in the district. And good to see some existing employees go to the other positions they desired also, which is great. So thank you, Eva and Dr. Turner, and everyone that put on this buff.
Awesome. Sandra?
This is the second year of the bus tour, right?
Mhm.
This is a really good tradition. It's a nice welcome to teachers who are an integral part of our district. I really like this presentation. First time I've ever seen it, so it is very nice. So thank you, Curtis, for putting this together.
Absolutely.
And welcome to each teacher and other support positions.
Awesome. Angelo?
No, I think this is outstanding. My only hopes and suggestions in the future, which I find to be proper, is that we would invite the entire board to be a part of that. So it gives us a chance to meet our new employees. So I would have enjoyed to see who our new teachers are.
Will do.
So I find it a little disappointing we didn't do that, but I hope next year we'll invite all five.
Awesome. Martha?
No, congratulations. It's nice to see all the numbers. You guys did great and filling. What was the total number that you guys filled?
For certificated teachers is 43. And I do want to add that this, I mean, from the HR team to the school site teams on all their interviews, everybody did an outstanding job. Lots of interviews, lots of hiring, lots of panels. So it was definitely a district effort in doing this. So huge shout out.
Well,
Thank you.
kudos
guys.
to you and your team.
Thank
So
you.
thank you for sharing all the stats. Thanks, appreciate it.
Awesome. I would say this is pretty awesome, especially the math part.
Yeah.
I know a lot of students were always saying like, we want to know who our teacher is and we don't want subs, no offense subs. We welcome you subs. But I would agree with Angelo. It would be great to invite us. I was
Will do.
bummed that I didn't get to go. And also, do you do something the same for classified staff?
So, so this was a request that came forward for me to bring this one, and I would love to bring a classified presentation as well. Again, as a reminder, classified is kind of a, we're hiring nonstop, but there is a large group that just got hired, and that I would love to bring a presentation at the next board meeting, if that's the wish of the board and the superintendent.
I think it would be great to just in general see who's starting the school year as a new staff member, because then again, we're one district.
Yep.
And so I would love to see welcoming of all. And I know I understand that classified move around.
Yes.
But definitely would love to see also other new staff, because to your point, some students and us see new faces and we're kind of like, oh, who's this? Right. And it would be great to be able to put names to those faces. So thank you. Thank you, Curtis.
Absolutely.
And if I could just ask a question, Curtis.
Absolutely.
So how many vacant positions, teaching positions do we have across the school district?
Right now, vacant teaching positions, if I remember correctly, we have one, and it just got added. So this is a
Okay.
new position added, I believe, 2 days ago.
Okay.
We opened up a class and we already have a solution for the class, but are going through posting right now to make sure we can get the most qualified teachers possible into it.
Okay, so we have qualified teachers in front of all of our students in every single class, apart from maybe one.
I believe we have two provisional internship, but that does not mean they're not qualified. It means
Gotcha.
that they didn't have the correct credential, but they are fully qualified to teach the courses and are awaiting CTC approval. So yes.
Yeah, well, I just want to give a hats off to you and the HR team for the positions. Because that's a fantastic job. So thank you so much to you and the team.
Thank you.
Definitely
Appreciate it.
consistency and being ready since the very beginning is
Yeah.
one of the major things that succeed, helps our students succeed.
Agreed.
So thank you for that. Then thank you your whole team for the work.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome, because we were playing back and forth with that list. Thank you, Curtis. All right, let's move on to our next item, which is public comment on non-agenda matters. Remember, you'll have 3 minutes on non-agenda matters. It's we won't have a dialogue, but you can have a comment. And then my constant thing is don't move the mic. So do we have any public comment on non-agenda items? Awesome. Sue? Great. Then closing public comment, and we're moving on to our reports, and I'll start with our student report. Should I go? No, you can stay there.
You can do it from there.
Script time.
Sorry about that. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Adriana Manafetoa, and I'm this year's student board representative. I'm honored to be here and serve this year. I'm very excited. And before I report on school matters, since we've only had 1 day of school, I'd like to introduce myself really briefly. So I'm a senior here at North Monterey County High, and I am currently, or this makes it my 13th year in the district. So last year I served on our associated student body, and I was Speaker of the House, which where I held meetings with our volunteer House of Representatives. It's like a program we have where we all meet together, and I lead these meetings, and we talk about things going on at school and what they'd like to see. And so this year, as vice president, I get to reserve this position, and I'd like to expand on what I had going last year in this position. So I'm excited to work with each and every one of you and excited for the year ahead. So now on to the first day yesterday. We had a lot of our programs at the catwalk. We had our ASB class, we had Link Crew and band and cheer, I believe. They all lined the catwalk, and we tried to welcome our students as excitingly as possible. And we hosted our first day rally, which we had a bunch of games, performances from both our cheer teams. And yeah, and this year we added a class competition where the games that we play in the rally, they count towards like a competition against all the classes. So whoever has the most points at the end of the year will get like a lunch, I believe. And looking ahead, so our welcome week is next week, is usually a spirit week we put on for students to welcome them back. And this year's theme is Condor Tunes Network. So it's like cartoons, like famous cartoons. And on Friday, we will have our back to school mixer, where all our students are welcome to end their first week back. Yes, thank you.
Thank you and welcome again. All right, Rick.
Just wanna again welcome Adriana. Having a student board member is crucial. I mean, having the input that you get is crucial and what we need the most before everything. What the students need, the student body needs, and just know that we believe that you're gonna do a good job. And then also, summer ended and, I have 4 kids in the district and it's, usually can have some type of like, whoa, like I want school to start, but it was kind of like you wanted more summers like with your kids, right? Like I was like, oh, okay, they didn't get to me this summer like past summers, but it was cool and just great to see them grow older because I have the 2 older senior, freshman, and then a kindergartner and a second grader, and just happy about my daughter, joining the sports, and she made the flag football team today, I think, and unfortunately, my son got hurt and is going to miss all his senior sports, but we're proud of him for his accomplishments in his life, sports and academic. Um, yeah, and just excited for the new year again. That's it.
Thank you, Rick. Sandra?
I just want to thank staff, teachers, and administration for the environment they created as our students came back to school. It was very celebratory, and I think that's a wonderful way to welcome students back because this is essentially their second home, and you want them to feel at home and feel like this is a place where they're welcome, and it is a celebration to come back and to grow and learn. I also want to encourage parents. This is a great time to connect with your student's teacher and just start that conversation to see how you can support them and how you can support your students' academic growth. I'm looking forward to a wonderful year led by Dr. Turkey. So I'm very excited and welcome you to that. We're very happy to have you here in spite of your name.
Picking on me. She's
Evie.
picking on me. Right. Angela?
Welcome aboard. I said, I enjoyed seeing you last year during these two beginning of the school year. Stop by SB to get to students. I'm glad you want to continue doing civic engagement. On the outside of school, I would want to report that I've been given the opportunity to meet with other California trustees throughout Northern California with collaborating with the math framework. So I look forward to getting more information with other people. And one trustee that I got a chance to talk to, who also has a background with the CPM math curriculum, and he had the exact same issues I had when I was teaching here. We burned that book, so I look forward to collaborating with some of these other trustees and then getting to meet them face to face in December when we go up to CSBA conference. For in-house, Monday was an amazing day. We got to show up for the kickoff, and I was really surprised to see that, how many people showed up. I really believe that's a testament to Dr. Turkey and to the board of the direction our district is going. I didn't believe that I want to share with people, Dr. Turkey was instructed that we don't need that many seats, and we had a full standing room capacity to the back of the forum. So usually I don't like to attend events at 7:45 in the morning, but I could feel the buzz by talking to staff that this was an important event. They were looking forward to it. And to go from where I was from teaching here to being on the board with when we had resignations and district change, a district leadership change to where we are now, just gives me much excitement and hope that we are on the right path, that we did hire the right superintendent, that we did hire the right staff to lead us to where we want to go. And I know sometimes we might want things faster than normal, but I do believe we're heading in the right direction with the right team in place. And I want to thank you, Dr. Turkey, for the outstanding presentation you gave there. It was very from the heart, came out very sincere. We learned a lot about you, about your blonde hair, and that you worked in the field sowing sugarcane. That was a shocker for me. Thank you for opening your past to us humanize you and know what other stuff you bring to the table. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Angela. Just by the way, he did make a comment saying, oh, he also worked in the field like you did. I'm like, yep, he did. So Marta.
Your melons are really heavy, by the way.
I just want to thank you, Adriana, for being here. We were so looking forward to you joining us. So welcome. And I was really excited to also, just thanking, I was so looking forward to this reuniting all the teachers. I missed that. And Angela, we've had those in the past and they were so strong. We had it in the field one time when over 600 attended. So I know after COVID, things changed, and so it was so nice. I'm so glad you brought it back. And it was powerful. You could feel the energy. You could feel the energy. I mean, just coming down, I was glad I even got some t-shirts too. I was so glad I got some t-shirts from Echo Valley, and I got a couple of other t-shirts. But you know what? Everything was really great. It was a great kickoff. I heard some really good stuff about the kickoff with the students too. Just walking, I saw the pictures on social media. And so that's what it's about, right? It's getting that energy, getting everybody re-excited and motivated, and the staff and the teachers, reunited. So it's so awesome to see that. My grandbaby, it started TK at Echo Valley School. So I got a lot of pictures, obviously, from her mama on all the things that went on there. But I heard all the schools went all out in welcoming their students. So I think that was powerful. What a great way to start the year. So thank you. Thank you for just, coordinating all that and working with your team and letting them just do their thing, So thank you for that. And then, I'm just looking forward to this year. And, during our closed session, we worked on some goals. We're going to be working together and we have a long list of goals that we want to work together and collaborate. And we got some high expectations on your speech that you've been kind of sharing throughout the year. And I'm looking forward to all of us working together, collaborating to meet those goals for student outcome. So that's our goal.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Martha. And for me, I would echo the welcoming. It's good to see also public. During the summer, it was less, but welcome you all. And then thank you to all the staff that actually worked year round and who also prepare for those to return. I hope the ones that had an opportunity to take a break are now refreshed, re-energized and ready for an amazing school year. I said to my daughter, for the first time in 18 years, I didn't go and drop off a kid at school. And that was really positive because like Rick mentioned, I actually like summers and I actually like my kids at home. So I always would say like, oh, you guys have to go back to school. Why? Because I enjoy the summers with my kiddos. But it was really sweet, bitter feeling of not having to go and drop off a kid at school. But at the same time, I was very happy because of the traffic. I was like, oh, yes, I don't get to do that. But I wanted to also remind all that we're here to listen. We're here to find ways to collaborate, improve. Like Angela mentioned, and all of you have mentioned, sometimes we want things faster, but there's process and procedures sometimes that we have to follow. And we definitely are here to listen to ways to improve our district. But yes, Matt, you did an amazing 1 year of this district. You came in at a very difficult time and you grabbed it, and you also have improved stuff and have started to work on improving others. And I think we all see it. So definitely thank you for that. And thank you for the entire team too, because we all want what's best, and that's our students to have what they need, right? So I'm really happy that the school started, and I look forward to an amazing year. With that, I'll pass it over to you, Matt.
Okay, well, thank you. So just want to echo a few things. So first of all, yes, we've been working on board goals, board priorities for the school year. And they're shaping up really well, hashing things out. But I appreciate the high expectations. I want the high expectations. We need to have high expectations for our kids, which means having high expectations for our adults. High expectations, high supports, high expectations, high supports for everybody. That's how we make it happen. So thank you, board, for the session we just came out of. I think we're setting off in a really good direction, and I appreciate it. I want to make an introduction to a couple of new staff members we have. And so first of all, we have with us here Caro Cisneros, who is our new assistant principal at the high school. Caro is joined us. She's a dedicated educator committed to advancing equity, educational equity since 2005. When she is not working, you can find Caro with her son Nico either on the beach or in Hollister Hills, watching him on his dirt bike. Now, Caro's originally from Chicago and a proud California resident since 2007. She's focused much of her career on supporting newcomer and long-term emergent bilingual learners. She is honored and grateful to continue this work with North Monterey County Unified School District as the new North Monterey County High School Assistant Principal. Let's give it up for Caro. And Caro, would you come up and say a few words? Please do.
I was so excited to be able to come today and meet you guys and everyone here. And to thank everyone for this opportunity. I've been an educator for over 25 years, but I've stayed in the classroom. This represents my first steps into leadership. And I'm so grateful to be here. I've only been in, I think it's been like 3 weeks, right? And everyone that I've met, staff and students, have been welcoming and supportive, and I appreciate that. The one thing I want the board and my colleagues and parents to know about me is that 20 years ago when I became a teacher, I adopted the motto "In Locis Parentis." It was really important for me that I treat every student in front of me as though they were my own. And 7 years ago, I became a mom, and that commitment just deepened. So I'm incredibly excited about the work that we're going to be doing here. And I just wanted to take a second to meet you guys and thank you for that opportunity. So thank you.
Thanks, Caro. Welcome. And there is a second person I want to introduce to the community as well, and that is our new translator interpreter who is over here at the back, and it is Adriana Mendoza. Adriana, would you give us a wave from where you are? Adriana is a native of the Monterey Peninsula, and she holds a bachelor's in international business and Spanish language and culture from CSU Monterey Bay, along with a certificate in translation and interpreting from the Middlebury Institute. With over 7 years of experience as an interpreter and translator in educational and medical settings, she has also worked as a substitute teacher across several school districts. And Adriana, would you like to come and say a few words? If you're busy translating, that's okay. Okay, so folks, this is Adriana. If you come to our meetings where you need translation, then you'll get to meet her then. Okay.
Sandra, you get to deal with 3 Adrianas.
That's right. There's a lot of Adrianas. It's like an Adriana cube.
It is an Adriana fest.
I don't mind it.
What is that word?
Hey, Adrianas.
Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so over the last few months, there's been a group of folks who've been working on educational workforce housing, and I want to provide an update. So we have the Moss Landing Middle School on a unused site, which has been there for a very long time, since I believe 2006 it was vacated. And so we've been doing the preliminary work, the initial planning of looking at educator workforce housing. The reason we're looking at educator workforce housing is because, in a nutshell, this is an expensive area to live. If educators can't live here, they can't work here. It's as simple as that. Every single year, we have folks who say, hey, I would love to come and work at your district. However, I can't afford to live here, so I'm going to have to say no and go elsewhere. So we are looking at this. And in terms of our initial planning, we've completed a staff survey, and there was a team of us, which included labor partners, some board members as well, and a group of us. And we came up with the initial plan of thinking about 60 units and also building a resilience center. A resilience center, for those folks who don't know, this is when there's a disaster in the local area, such as a fire, such as a flood, there are people, local people, who need somewhere to shelter. this is somewhere to shelter. Okay, if we can build a resilience center, that one gives a community a very much needed resource, and it also gives us an opportunity to actually get some grants to actually get that built as well. Okay, so it's a twofer there. Our next steps here, we cannot go ahead with this until we do a feasibility study. A feasibility study, if anyone knows anything about construction in the coastal zone, okay, is a big deal. That is not something which you enter into lightly, and it costs a lot of money. Okay, we're talking like a couple of $1 million, maybe 2.5 million, something like that. So before moving forward, we need to consider what funding approach we can use, which could be grants, could be loans, but those are the next steps. And that's the update on our workforce housing. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about the start of the school year. We started with training, and the training which we're talking about was, let's see, for school admin and TOSAs, I think 3 days at the start of the school year, and then they had a couple of days on site. Then we had new staff orientation, 2 days of district training, and then 1 day on site. Teacher training, 4 days on site. Classified training, 2 days on site. So lots of good training for people. Only some people got the orange vests, but everybody learned some good stuff, which is good. Next slide, please. So then we had the all district welcome back. This is something which I have not done before. So I was a newbie to this. Okay, so I wasn't really quite sure what to expect, but it was super fun. People were definitely kind of like psyched up, happy to be there. I was happy to greet everybody. It was a pretty good day. And, you know, this is a well worthwhile event, which we will be continuing. It just had such great energy. And it did give an opportunity for me to share as superintendent what the vision for the school district is, a little bit about myself, what some priorities are, and how we're going to work together. So overall, a great event, and I really appreciate all the folks who worked hard to put it together. And all of this was leading up to, next slide, please, the first day of school. Fantastic first day of school. So I had the privilege of visiting all of the different school sites. So this was from drop off at Elkhorn, okay, to going to the high school rally. Then apparently I was the oldest TKer in Echo Valley. Prunedale and Central Bay independent study, seeing teachers like building those connections with students, okay, seeing those students getting to know one another, you know, even getting into instruction and that kind of thing. And then going over to the middle school for lunchtime, connecting with a few students myself, which was wonderful, okay. And it's kind of cool seeing the kids who you knew from 6th grade, then going into the middle school, and then them asking questions like, what happens at lunchtime? What you mean I can just like walk around? I don't have to stay in the same place for like, you know, a certain amount of time. But anyway, it was really cool, really great first day. And I want to give a shout out to all of the staff, parents who made that happen. It doesn't happen just on its own. It's a lot of effort, which makes that first day happen. So thank you folks for making that happen. Next slide, please. Okay, we have our first in the Dinner with Superintendent series coming up on Wednesday here at the high school upstairs. And the focus is going to be how to volunteer as a parent or a community member at your school. And what are the things which you need to do to be able to volunteer? It'll be from 5:30 to 7:30. We will have translations, we will have childcare, and we will have food. And so if you're interested in volunteering and how one does that at your school, or you just want to come and chit chat, please do. Or if you just want to come and get, you know, dinner, you can do that too. All right. And last slide, please. Okay, so today's team spotlight is going to be to the family and community engagement team. Okay, so this is Yvette Padilla, Genesis Mendoza, Lupita Duran, Maria de Jesus Fuerte, Carla Enrique Fregosa, and Guadalupe Hernandez Sanchez. They have been doing a wonderful job working about over the last month, okay? Really building connections with families, pushing online enrollment, organizing the bus tour, doing all sorts of great things. Gosh, let's see. Also taking all of the kids, our McKinney-Vento kids, our homeless kids shopping to make sure that they get their school supplies. So some really great, amazing things which they've been doing. And that's the end of the superintendent report. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. All right, let's move on to our CSEA report.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Turkey and North Monterey County board members. My name is Cheyenne Maciel. I am the Vice President of Chapter 6. So first, on behalf of our chapter, we want to thank Dr. Turkey for introducing us at the Welcome Back event. It was a special moment that set a positive tone for the year and ahead and strengthened our optimism for the future at North Monterey County. Now on to union updates. So on August 6th, our team met with Assistant Superintendent of HR, Curtis Wilson, along with HR team members, Miranda, and HR Coordinator Val Bigham. Topics discussed included negotiations confirming dates for bargaining sessions, HBC meeting dates and scheduling wellness fair, Frontline Leave tab addressing its removal from the employee portal, which prevents staff from viewing their leave balances. HR stated it would be back on Monday before school started, and that has not been done. Budget timelines were discussed. EERC meeting dates have been set. Outstanding debts. We requested from Val Bigham a list of employees who owe the district to review negative balance checks. Summer assistant payout, clarifying payout dates, student data specialist position, status and discussion, out of class pay issue. An employee has not yet been paid per EDCO despite her director approving it. Now onto the items still in question. Summer MOU pay for union leader meetings with the district, adding 3 units to the union, wellness therapists, yard duties, and nest educators, pending information requests from Chef Ann, and district website still missing. So there's the current contract, the updated job descriptions, MTSS assistant, English language support assistant, family and community engagement specialist, IT tech 1 and 2. Now, there is a flex time dispute. CSEA Chapter 6 is asking the school board to urge Dr. Turkey to review a flex time dispute between an IT employee and their supervisor who has categorically denied a reasonable request. This isn't about an employee trying to game the system. His daughter is in preschool and there are no after-school options for preschool-aged children. He originally asked for 5 days of flex time to accommodate pickup and was denied. In response, his wife and mother-in-law, his only family support, approached their employers and secured flex time coverage for 3 days a week. That leaves just 2 days, Tuesdays and Thursdays, where he still needs flexibility to pick up his child. Our negotiated contract language permits flex time. We negotiated in good faith to give the district a practical tool to meet operational needs while supporting employees. A denial without proof of harm to department productivity is not acting in good faith. The request is modest, 2 days a week on a 60-day trial with clear metrics, ticket resolution, response times, and site coverage. Early start hours can clear work orders before staff arrive, just as after hours work does now. If the data show problems, end it. If it works, everyone benefits. I respectfully request that the board direct administration through Dr. Turkey to 1, convene the parties promptly, 2, approve the 60-day trial, and 3, evaluate it on objective results, not assumptions. We all share the goal of supporting student learning and efficient operations. Let's use the language we negotiated in good faith to solve this quickly and fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next one is Teachers Federation. No, awesome. Welcome, teachers. All right. Moving on to discussion items, and we're gonna start with item number 8 that we moved, and that's the MOU between the Epicenter and North Monterey County Unified School District. Can staff bring it up? Katie, welcome.
Evening again. So the Epicenter MOU is focused on Friday Night Live, which started as an alternative for students instead of drinking and driving or partying on Friday nights, with the intention of decreasing death of students. So it focuses on fun and engaging events on Friday nights. And then the second focus of that MOU is Arts and Healing, which provides workshops and events centered on self-care, healing, and community and expression.
Awesome. I'm gonna open it up for any public comment. Zoom. Right, closing public comment. I'll open it up for the board. I'll start with Adriana. Do you have any comments or questions on that?
Maybe just a clarifying question. So this Friday activity, it would be available for all students or just like high school students?
It focuses on high school students.
Okay. And it's like activities for them to do after school. I think that's a really good idea. I like that very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Rick?
I just was curious about the price, if there's a price in it. I didn't see it anywhere in the,
It's a free MOU.
oh, it's free, awesome. Okay.
Sandra?
No, sounds great. Thank you.
Angela?
No.
Martha? Nope, no questions for me. This is an action item. I move to adopt.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Preferential vote?
I
All right. Moving on to the next one. It's MOU between Partners for Peace.
It's also me.
Today is your night, Katie.
I know. Woo. So Partners for Peace is an agency that supports parent empowerment opportunities. Often the opportunities they provide are also both for students and parents at the same time, simultaneous. This MOU entails that they work with staff in our district as well as families in our community. So families have the opportunity to become trainers of the Strengthening Families and Parent Project. And that's really the goal of the MOU, because parents can be paid for delivering the services. In other districts, Strengthening Families, for example, the two that we're focusing on are Strengthening Families. And that one is for parents and youth that are ages 10 to 17. In other districts like Salinas Union High School District, that really is an alternative to suspension. So administrators can use that as a tool to direct families to engage in this 10-week series as an alternative to a disciplinary action, or sometimes in combination with it. And then Parent Project and Loving Solutions is for the younger students. So it's 5 to 10 years old. It's prevention for parents and caregivers with, this is from their website, so strong-willed and highly impulsive children, and it focuses on the routines and systems of parenting. So eating, sleeping, school success, and positive parenting.
Awesome. Thank you, Katie. Any public comment? Sue? All right, closing public comment. Board, I'll start with Adriana.
sounds very beneficial.
Rick?
Just the same question. If there's
There's no
free?
cost.
Okay.
They receive a grant that they're supposed to be supporting North County, so they're eager to support us.
Thank you.
Sandra?
No, just great. Thank you for bringing this to the district.
Thank you.
Angelo?
Thank you.
Martha?
Thank you.
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a motion item. I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Preferential vote?
I
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 16. Right, UC Davis, right? That's the one that was
Yes.
calling. Yes, the UC Davis Center for Integrated Computing and STEM Education. Who's doing that one? Welcome.
Thank you. It brings me great pleasure to be here this evening to talk to you about our approval or prospective approval of C-STEM education suite for implementation in our middle school 7th grade. So very quickly, C-STEM is what is it? It is a math platform that has been around for approximately 15 years, started at UC Davis. And at the core of it are tiny, programmable, durable robots that are the sort of entryway for students into engaging in some basic programming and math skills, but can be expanded and used all the way through grade 12. But we're interested in starting this pilot in the middle school space, particularly in 7th grade. It provides, in addition to the robots that are the core of this package, it also provides access to curriculum. As I mentioned, that it will be starting in the 7th grade, but then can expand outwards if we find strong engagement and success with it. It also provides expanded learning opportunities. So our NEST folks can also utilize this very same equipment and curriculum in the expanded day space to continue to engage our students. And it provides access to statewide student competitions. So students who are trained and understand how to use these robots can then take those skills to a centralized statewide competition and engage with other students and develop a little community of practice around programming and engineering. So that's what C-STEM is. Why we would select C-STEM. It is a highly reputable and award-winning curriculum. It has also provides an opportunity for us to sow some seeds with our middle school students as they begin to think about some of our CTE pathways in high school. So beginning in that 7th grade space, that provides us an opportunity to build relationships between our high school engineering program, in particular with young girls who are underrepresented currently in our engineering pathway. Further, the program is expandable and flexible, as I mentioned. So it starts in a classroom, but can move outside of that classroom into extracurricular and student competition spaces very easily, which is definitely an advantage. Further, it is, as I alluded to, part of a regional and statewide community of practice. So our students and teachers will not be alone in this effort. Both Salinas and PBUSD have adopted this particular platform, and Monterey County Office of Education is a partner of them as well. Lastly, and I think most importantly, what this program represents, and if there are any students here, they got to keep it chill, but it is sneaky math practice. So this is an engaging, exciting platform that allows students to be creative, allows them to express themselves, but at the end of the day, what they are doing is practicing math. And as I'm sure the board is aware, this is an area where, as a district, we really need to improve. And so finding different ways to sneakily engage students in that math practice is a real opportunity and something that I think this district would definitely benefit from. How would we pay for this very exciting opportunity? Good news. We have a K-16 collaborative grant that we are a participant in that has a very explicit goal of developing a middle school platform that will help feed into and inform the work that we do in high school. And so we're able to take advantage of some of those K-16 collaborative grant funds to fully purchase this curriculum and provide future support for teachers as they learn the curriculum and collaborate with other teachers to further develop and enrich it. Let's see. I think that covers it for C-STEM for me.
Okay, thank you. Let's not say sneaky, but more creative way.
All right, I like it.
All right, I'm opening it to public comment.
So sounds like a great class. So the agenda item states, quote, by offering this opportunity primarily to students at risk of underperformance, such as English learners or low-income students. So does this mean that this elective course is not available to all students? Does this mean that a high-achieving student passionate about STEM can't take the class because that student is not at risk of underperformance? or if he or she does not fall in either of those two groups mentioned. This does not seem to be in the spirit of inclusivity that this district represents and prides itself on. I would also be concerned that this is not legal. So I ask the board for clarification on what is meant in this sentence in this item. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any other public comment? Zoom? All right, closing public comment, and I'll start with our student representative. Do you have any questions or comments?
I kind of like this, like bringing this up in the middle school. I think it's a really good segue to our CTEs, and it's not really something we've ever really had before. And I hope it grows into coming into the high school. I like to see that here.
Awesome. I'm gonna go the other way around. You know me, Martha.
No, I want you to go ahead and answer that question if you don't mind.
Sure, I'm happy to respond. As I understand it, this is an elective class open to any and all students. While the curriculum itself has demonstrated impact on those students that are most vulnerable and in need of support, it is not restricted only to students that are in danger or failing or underrepresented currently in our engineering pathways or otherwise.
Thank you for that clarification. And I just want to say, I'm really excited about it. I think I also agree this is a good step, segue to future, math STEM classes for our students in the middle to start at the middle school. I thought we used to have a STEM club at the middle school. Does that exist or that no longer exists?
We do have a Mesa club.
Oh, it's
that's
Mesa,
active.
Mesa.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
But that's.
It is separate. However, as I alluded to, the robots themselves, you can just pick them up and move them wherever you need them. So I'm excited to sort of build that bridge to a lot of the after-school programs that exist, so that students can see how their engineering skills can benefit them in multiple different spaces.
I just like the fact that there's opportunities in both areas, for students to continue to grow. But thank you. Thank you for sharing the information.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Martha. Angela.
No question. Thank you for doing this.
Sandra.
So for $11,000, we get one class, one session.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. So one class for incoming seventh graders that they can select as an elective. What exactly is the $11,000 covering?
The $11,000 covers the purchase of 16 what are referred to as link bots, which are the little robot guys, as well as a suite of curriculum for that seventh grade class so that the instructor has something to work with initially. The curriculum is adaptable. So as time goes on, it is likely going to kind of transform and contextualize itself in the middle school based on student interest and engagement. So the purchase is for the curriculum itself, not necessarily for any of the one particular class. So we can use that set of robots to offer multiple classes if we so desire.
Okay, so currently how many classes will be offered that will utilize the robots? Do you know or no?
I do not have that answer right now. I'm happy to look it up and find out.
Okay.
I know the answer. So it'll be taught as an elective by a teacher. So that would be, I believe, 5 periods.
Okay, so it'll be 5 sessions of this elective class available?
Yeah.
Starting when? Spring or now?
Starting now. So
Okay.
you multiply that out by 30 kids on each one. You're talking 150 kids.
And so what is the elective called? Like STEM?
I don't know. It's probably
Okay.
called C-STEM.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick.
Martha did what I was gonna do. Answer the question. Thank you.
This sounds amazing. I don't have any questions. Thank you for the thorough presentation on
Yes.
what it is. That was really good. So
My pleasure.
maybe we can capture that and use it for all. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And this is an item to approve. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. I move to approve.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Preferential vote?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to our next item, which is approve the Prunedale, Echo Valley, Elkhorn, Castroville Elementary Transportation Agency of Monterey County project. Welcome. This is amazing to hear. You know, it's been a while.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Turkey, members of the public. My name is Amelia Conlon. I'm a senior transportation planner with the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, or TMC. And I'm here to present to you tonight on the election results from the North Monterey County participatory budgeting process. And I'm joined by members of our Safe Routes to Schools Steering Committee who will be introducing themselves later in the presentation. Let's see here. Where should I point this? Thank you. Yeah, okay, great. So this process is part of the North Monterey County Safe Routes to Schools plan, which is a 2-year planning effort looking at all of the district schools as well as schools in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District in Monterey County. We have been since early last year looking at safety issues around each of the 11 school sites in North County and identifying projects to improve safety around each school. This plan is a partnership between TMC, the Monterey County Health Department and Public Works Departments, Ecology Action, the Center for Community Advocacy, and the 2 school districts. And we could not do this work without our partners. And it's funded through a grant from Caltrans as well as local Measure X matching funds. So part of the Safe Routes to Schools plan is this participatory budgeting effort. And participatory budgeting is a democratic process in which members of the community get to vote on how public money is spent. And so in an effort to speed up the impact of this Safe Routes to Schools planning work, often it takes many, many years for us to get a grant, fund a project, construct a project. We're trying to show some results more quickly. And so TMC has put in $1 million in funding to construct the projects that are identified as the highest priority by the community. This is a typical participatory budgeting process. It's usually done with a steering committee. And the first step is for the steering committee to design the process, talk about what the rules for the election will be and what the engagement plan is. The next step is to brainstorm ideas. In this case, we were starting with a project list that came out of the Safe Routes to Schools plan, but steering committee members also had opportunity to propose new projects to add to the list. And from that list of projects, the steering committee developed proposals that would go on the ballot. The next step was for the community to vote on the projects that had the biggest impact in their communities. And the final step is to fund the winning projects. And we're starting that process here tonight. For it. Okay. So we started this process last year with outreach to recruit steering committee members. And we did that through outreach to community-based organizations. We did presentations at your school sites. We had tremendous support from your district and your community engagement team. And we're able to reach parents and families through the district's communication channels. So huge thank you to them. Could not have done this without them. Steering committee members started meeting in May of 2024 and attended 12 3-hour meetings. So this was a major time commitment. We had 84 people attend at least one meeting and 31 people attend at least 4 meetings. So we were really happy with the participation in this process. This is a photo of our steering committee, many of whom are here this evening. And the first big question that the steering committee had to answer was what the structure of the ballot would be and how to divide the funding. We had $1 million in funding. North Monterey County is very large, and the steering committee could have decided to fund 1 project or 2 projects. And what they decided was to divide North County up into 5 communities and fund at least 1 project in each of those 5 communities. So those 5 communities are Castroville, including the high school, Las Lomas, the areas around Pajaro Middle School and Ohlone Elementary, Prunedale, and the areas around Echo Valley and Elkhorn Elementaries. And so the steering committee decided that each of those communities would receive funding for at least 1 project, and that the proposals for all of those communities would be on 1 ballot. The next tough question was how to divide the funds. And the steering committee approved a proposal to divide the funds based on the needs in each community. So communities that were determined to have higher needs would receive more funding, and approved 11 criteria that we used to identify the needs in each community. And that included the number of students, it included the number of traffic collisions in each community, it included whether there were sidewalks, streetlights, MST bus routes. So really a lot of different ways, things that we looked at to try and measure the needs. And when we went through that process and scored each of the 5 communities based on the 11 criteria, this is what we ended up with. So the community with the most points was Echo Valley and Elkhorn with 70 points. That translated to 22% of the budget, or about $219,000. Las Lomas and Pajaro came up next with 21% of the budget, or about $211,000. Followed by Prunedale with 19% of the budget, or $187,500. And Castroville was the final community with 17% of the budget and about $172,000. And that was largely because one of our criteria was whether there were other safety projects coming to that community. And in the case of Castroville, there are several projects, great projects that are coming up soon, including the Merritt Street project, which is in construction now. The county has a grant to fill sidewalk gaps in Castroville, and TAMC just received the final funding for the Castroville Boulevard Interchange project, which is going to start construction in the next few years. So there are many millions of dollars coming to the Castroville community soon for safety projects. And that was the primary reason why it scored lower here in our evaluation. So once the budget was established, the steering committee took the project list from the Safe Routes to Schools plan and chose projects for each of the 5 communities to fit within that budget. And I'm going to introduce our steering committee members now to talk about outreach for the election and the election results. And I'll let them on up.
Hi, my name is Ana Nunez, and I'm an active leader. I'm a Castroville resident, part of the Iniciativa Castroville, CCA promoter, COPA leader, and of course, a steering committee for a year. We got together for safety routes. Our steering committee member took the lead to inform the community about the election and encourage them to vote. We hung bilingual flyers, posters, and banners, share social media posts, and develop videos to promote the election. We also participated in outreach events across North County, including the Dia del Niño event, ELAC, and the school site council meetings at the Castroville Farmers Market. The day of the Dia del Niño, people respond to us super well when they find out that for the first time, they were going to be able to decide about these projects and not just the committee. So they say yes, we'll vote. And because almost the whole committee members show up that day, we were able to accomplish the big turnout. And that day, we got the votes and questions they all have for all us about the project.
This is a photo of the banners that were up during the election to promote the election, and one of our in-person voting sites at the Castroville Library.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Micaela Ayala. Vengo de la comunidad de Castroville. Soy participante del proyecto Ruta Segura. Primeramente, le doy gracias a Dios por estar aquí con todos ustedes y le doy las gracias a las personas por hacerme partícipe de este proyecto tan importante para nuestras comunidades. Gracias a ustedes por escucharnos. Yo les vengo a hablar un poquito de los resultados electorales que se llevaron a cabo el Día del Niño en nuestra comunidad de Castroville. Recibimos 999 boletas. La gente podía decir si votar por proyectos en las 5 comunidades o elegir comunidades que son más importantes para ellos. La mayoría de las personas utilizaron boletas de papel para entregar sus votos. 260 personas votaron en línea. Hubo más personas que entregaron boletas en español que en inglés. Aquí están ejemplos de cómo se miraba la boleta. Gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Norma Ayala. Yo soy residente de la comunidad de Castroville y les doy las gracias por habernos recibido y darnos su tiempo. También quiero agradecerles al grupo de Rutas Seguras que nos dio la oportunidad de participar, porque me pude dar cuenta de las necesidades que tienen nuestras escuelas como nuestras comunidades. Y es un gusto poder participar para poder ayudar. Hoy les voy a hablar de la comunidad de Prunedale. La propuesta ganadora en Prunedale fue la propuesta número 2, que recibió 202 votos. La propuesta ganadora incluye señales de luces intermitentes en el cruce peatonal cerca de Prunedale Elementary. También incluye actualizar las señales y marcas del pavimento de la escuela, así como mejoras en el camino de la entrada de la escuela Prunedale Elementary para seguridad de los estudiantes y de las personas que caminan a la escuela. Gracias.
Gracias, María. If we can pause for our interpreter to summarize and not all of us are bilingual. So we want to make sure that everyone understands the last two
Yep,
presenters. So our interpreter.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay, perfect. Go.
So the steering committee members took the lead to inform the community about the election and encourage them to vote. They hung bilingual flyers, posters, and banners, shared social media posts, and developed. Wait, this was in English, right? Yeah. You got that one? Election outreach? Okay, sorry. We received 999 ballots. People could decide whether to vote for projects in all 5 communities or to choose the communities that were most important to them. The majority of people used paper ballots to cast their votes, and 260 people voted online. There were a few more people who submitted their ballots in Spanish than in English. And the Prunedale election results here. The winning proposal in Prunedale was proposal number 2, which received 202 votes. The winning proposal includes rapid flashing beacons at the school crosswalk, which are shown in the photo here, near Prunedale Elementary. It also includes updated school signage and pavement markings and improvements for people walking in the Prunedale Elementary driveway. And I can, sub in and share the.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ana Luz Acevedo. I'm an active leader in the community through COPA and NC Voices for Change. And I've been part of the Safe Routes to School Steering Committee for about a year. Here to talk to you about Echo Valley and Elkhorn. The winning proposal for Echo Valley and Elkhorn was proposal number 2, and which received 356 votes. Echo Valley and Elkhorn were our most challenging schools because of the highest priority projects, like sidewalks on Elkhorn Road, were too expensive for our budget. Like, we're talking more than $1 million, and our budget alone was $1 million. So the steering committee chose many small projects that were included in both proposals and asked the committee to choose between 2 options for the remaining funding. The winning proposal will fund those small projects and spend the remaining $38,000 on matching funds for a roundabout at Castroville Boulevard and Elkhorn Road, which is right by Elkhorn Elementary School. The roundabout would help slow down traffic on Castroville Boulevard, make it safer to cross the street, and free up space on Elkhorn Road that could be used to make it easier to get to school. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Torres, and I'm a resident here in Castroville. And also, like everybody else, we've been going to the steering committee for over a year. And it's been great, meet new friends and Castroville members. And our winning proposal for Castroville was proposal 3, which received 244 votes. The winning proposal includes curb extensions to make it easier to cross the street at the intersection of McDougal and Preston Street near the Catholic Church. It also includes rapid flashing beacons at the school crosswalk on Union Street near Castroville School. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
My name is Lennon Ramos, active leader in Castroville with CCA, COPA, and also a member of the steering committee for the past year. And I'll talk about the project, Pájaro en las Lomas. Although they are outside the North Monterey County School District, the ballot also included projects for Pájaro en las Lomas. The winning proposal for Pájaro included curb extensions at the school's crosswalks near the Assumption Catholic Church for Pájaro. And for Las Lomas, the winning proposal for Las Lomas includes rapid flashing beacons at the school crosswalk on Hall Road near Hall Elementary and shelter for students for Hall Road and Berry Road. Thank you.
Okay. So of those projects, of those winning proposals, the majority are on county roadways and will be implemented by the county. But we do have a few projects that are located on school district property. And so I wanted to go into those projects in a little more detail, and we're here to ask for your approval of this project list for projects on school campuses. The first grouping of projects is for Echo Valley and Elkhorn, which again were our most challenging schools to find projects in the $200,000 range to fund. The first recommendation here is to conduct a study to explore options to improve circulation on campus. And that could include installing a center turn lane. We brainstormed about new entrances to campus. It's really just to look in detail at what the opportunities are to improve circulation, because one of the big safety issues there is parents waiting to turn into the school driveway and drivers going into the opposing lane to pass. We went through this at length with the county. We were not able to find any easy options. We talked about the potential for some of the school frontage being used to widen the roadway to provide space for a turn lane. And the funding for this study, $30,000, is really meant to advance that conversation and try and get us one step closer to finding a solution. The next project here is also for Echo Valley, and it's to formalize a route between the upper and lower parking lots. Echo Valley is doing a great job managing drop off and pickup. There is an area where students walk between the cafeteria and the area where they're picked up, where the school is currently using cones to create some protected pedestrian space. And this funding, it's not a lot, it's $25,000, but could be used to create a concrete path or potentially some permanent bollards, something to improve the pedestrian experience and safety in that location. The third project, also for Echo Valley, is to install a mural in the school driveway. And this is trying to address the issue of truck drivers confusing the Echo Valley driveway entrance with Mayor Road, which is just past the school, and pulling into the school driveway by mistake and getting stuck and really causing a mess with their circulation. So this was, I think, a clever idea from Public Works that by installing a dolphin or some other colorful design in the school driveway, that makes it really clear that this is a school. And this project also comes along with a project on county right-of-way to improve the signage at that intersection and hopefully clarify to truck drivers where they're trying to go. The final recommendation here is for Elkhorn, and this is another study of using the school's lower field for parking or circulation. We also had a lot of conversations with County Public Works about this. They are open to working with the district to look at the options here. We talked about anything that we could possibly do on county roadways to improve the parking and circulation, and really felt that the lower field offers some potential to expand the parking or improve circulation on campus. So again, we're trying to take the conversation one step further here and provide some funding to do that. The second group of projects is for Prunedale. And we heard about issues with bus drivers pulling out of the school driveway and going into the opposing lane. So there's some funding here to look at the school driveway and try and improve access for school buses to make sure that they're able to enter and exit safely. And then this final project is to improve pedestrian access in the Prunedale Elementary driveway. This is not enough money for a formal sidewalk all the way up to the school campus, but it is tough for people who are walking into the campus now. And so these funds could be spent installing a concrete sidewalk, installing bollards to carve out some protected pedestrian space. We're really asking the district to be creative with what can be done with these funds to improve the situation for people walking. So the summary of election results here is that all of the winning proposals came in slightly over budget at $1,021,500. Fortunately, we were saved by the county having some additional signage and striping funds for signage and striping around schools. So they had some extra funds to contribute so that we could fund all of the winning proposals without going over budget. Of the winning proposals, $781,500 are for projects on county roadways, and $218,500 are for projects on school district property. So our next steps here are that we are asking the district to approve the list of projects on school district property. We will go to the TMC board to ask them to approve the allocation of funds, and we're aiming for September to do that. And then the next step would be to create a funding agreement between TMC and the district that allowed us to distribute the funding. We are asking that the district construct or implement these projects within 3 years of that funding agreement being signed. And that's because we're trying to show some relatively quick progress with these projects. And a really important caveat here is that these cost estimates are preliminary. We have not done detailed engineering design work for any of these projects, and we know that things change once you get into implementation. And we are just asking the district to do your best to construct as many of these projects as possible with the available funding and to keep us posted. Keep us in the loop if things change so that we can communicate that to the community. And while I'm here, I'm also going to take the opportunity to let you all know about the next step of our project here, which is a temporary traffic calming project that we're going to be installing in Castroville for a month. And the goal here is to test out some new designs and hear from the community about whether it's something that they would like to see be made permanent. So we're not done. We're gonna keep going here. We are going to be looking at 8 intersections on Seymour and Guile in Castroville. Those intersections are shown on this map. And we will be installing temporary curb extensions and temporary traffic circles, 2 traffic circles, the rest curb extensions, with the goal of slowing down traffic and with the curb extensions, making it safer for people crossing the street. So this is a pilot project. Our goal is to get survey responses and hear from the community what they think, if they want to see this be made a permanent project. I have a stack of flyers here and we'll be reaching out to Yvette to ask for her help getting the word out, but would love to have you all take a walk, take a drive through the pilot project and take the survey and tell us what you think. So that concludes my presentation and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. I will first open it to any public comment.
So seeing this presentation has me really excited. I'm a resident in Castroville on Guile Street, and anything you can do to slow down that raceway would be friggin' amazing. Second, the slide number 19, it suggests any kind of measures to turn the current Hemlock Grove, but should be a lower field at Elkhorn into parking. I've heard from staff, teachers, community members, myself, every time I drive by it, that this is a fantastic idea and it's completely underutilized. And with the other improvements suggested, yes, Mr. Lovato and Mr. Wielden will probably be upset that the wheat field would be paved over to make a sidewalk, but I'm sure they'll get over it by having kids being able to get to school. So thank you so much. And I hope we can improve this project and put some energy behind it on the district side.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Hello. Yes, I'm totally in support of all the goals here and voted for some of these. And this is unfair of me to say without having attended these committee hearings. And but what concerns me is if the upper area of referring to Elkhorn right now, if the upper area is not improved with respect to the parking, the traffic, because right now it backs up down the hill, and if that roundabout is 1 lane And once it backs up down the hill, that roundabout will come to a stop, which will back up traffic along both directions. And so I just want to make sure that whoever's doing this has thought through that particular issue carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom?
Hello, hi, this is
Do we
Principal.
have someone in, Adriana, are you wanting to provide public comment or, okay, go ahead. We'll go with Zoom in a little bit.
Well, I'll start by something that I learned. Sorry, my name is, well, let me start this way and then I'll go back. Sorry, I did it in Spanish, so I have to translate that. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Adriana Ayala. Gracias por atendernos, miembros de la mesa directiva y superintendente. Formé parte del comité directivo de Rutas Seguras. Me gustó ser parte de este comité porque creo que es muy importante dar nuestras opiniones para hacer mejores cambios en nuestra comunidad. Formé parte del comité desde el año pasado, 2024. Con mis opiniones ayudé a que se le pusiera atención a muchos de los problemas que tenemos en nuestros caminos y obstáculos que tienen los estudiantes a la hora de tomar el autobús para ir a la escuela. Al formar parte del comité me ayudó a escuchar diferentes opiniones y problemas que tienen otros miembros de nuestra comunidad. Le hemos dedicado mucho tiempo a este comité y a sus proyectos para poder hacer cambios para nuestros estudiantes que son nuestro futuro. Hoy les quiero pedir su ayuda a pasar esta propuesta que hizo nuestro comité de rutas seguras para empezar lo más antes posible con los proyectos por los cuales nuestros miembros de nuestra comunidad votaron. Muchas gracias por el espacio y su tiempo. Should I do this in English now?
No, tenemos un problema.
Ok, nada más último comentario, a través de, en este comité, algo que aprendí, y me dejé mi tiempo, que lo que ellos hacían es nos daban dispositivos a todos para hacer traducción instantánea de inglés a español. Entonces todos traían los audífonos y no entendían los dos idiomas. Eso hacía las cosas mucho más rápido y me ha ayudado mucho también a otros talleres que ha tenido con Copa, se hace lo mismo. Entonces no tienen que estar esperando por traducir, sino en tiempo real se traduce a los dos idiomas. Creo que será algo muy bueno de hacer. Eso me encantó esa idea y el equipo de Rutas Seguras tuvo un gran, no sé cómo le hacían, pero impecable su trabajo para hacer esas traducciones. Amelia tiene más información si les interesa. Gracias.
Gracias, Adriana.
Good evening, board members and superintendent community. My name is Adriana Ayala, and I form part of the steering committee for Safe Routes to School. I really enjoyed being part of this committee because I believe it is really important to give our opinions to make improvements and changes in our community. I've been part of the committee since last year, since 2024. With my opinions and feedback, I helped bring attention to many of the problems that we have in our routes to school and obstacles that students face when they take the bus to go to school. As part of the steering committee, I was able to listen to different opinions regarding the problems that we face and within our community. We've dedicated a lot of time to this committee and to these projects in order to see the changes made for our students who are our future. Today, I would like to ask for your help and support in passing this proposal that our committee has made for Safe Routes to School. We would like to begin as soon as possible with these projects. For these projects that the members of our community have voted for. Thank you so much for this space and for your time and for your attention and support. And I also wanted to mention that during these meetings for Safe Routes to School, they provided simultaneous interpreting through equipment, which I thought was very beneficial and saved a lot of time. There was no need for consecutive interpretation where one person speaks and the other one repeats in English. It was all done simultaneously, and I thought that was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment here? All right, now Zoom.
The photos, the banners that were up during the election to promote the election and one of our in-person voting sites.
Oh,
at
there's
the
another.
Castroville Library.
Brianna there's another public comment.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Micaela Ayala. Vengo de la comunidad de Castroville. Soy participante del proyecto Ruta Segura. Primeramente, le doy gracias a Dios por estar aquí con todos ustedes y le doy las gracias a las personas por hacerme partícipe de este proyecto tan importante para nuestras comunidades. Gracias a ustedes por escucharnos. Yo les vengo a hablar un poquito de los resultados electorales que se llevaron a cabo el Día del Niño en nuestra comunidad de Castroville. Recibimos 999 boletas. La gente podía decir si votar por proyectos en las 5 comunidades o elegir comunidades que son más importantes para ellos.
Si me permite interpretar, se lo agradecería y luego puede continuar. ¿Is that okay?
Wasn't that just his interpretation?
That was the presentation.
Yeah, I thought we already had this.
I'm sorry. Oh, she's finished?
That was for translating. Now she can talk.
Sorry, I'm confused. Was she translating what I had already interpreted?
I don't think we read that.
Okay,
I don't know.
thank you.
You.
No, this was a community member, Micaela Ayala, who was broadcasting on Zoom.
That was part of the presentation.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So, all right.
Would you like
so-
that translated?
No. Let's go on with your public comment.
Seguimos con los comentarios públicos.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la comunidad, mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar y Comunidad. Mi nombre es María Segura. Formo parte del Comité Directivo de Rutas Seguras a la Escuela del Condado del Norte de Monterrey. ¿Me permites?
Good evening, members of the board members and community. My name is Maria Segura, and I am part of the steering committee for Safe Routes to School in North Monterey County.
Me uní al distrito porque tengo nietos que caminan a la escuela y creo que es importante que haya caminos seguros como abuela y miembro de la comunidad. Considero que los jóvenes merecen un vecindario y caminos seguros. Para mí se me hizo importante unirme a la comunidad, necesita cambios importantes. Porque los cambios que quería aportar mi voz para hacer estos cambios para los jóvenes.
I joined the steering committee because I have grandchildren who walk to school, and I believe it is important to have safe routes. As a grandmother and member of the community, I consider it to be important and that children deserve safe routes. I thought it was important for the community to receive these changes, and I wanted to raise my voice in order to see those changes for our youth.
Yo he sido parte del comité directivo de abril del 2024. En este tiempo he podido trabajar con otros miembros de la comunidad en este proceso de crear notas seguras.
I have been part of the steering committee since April of 2024, and it is time, and during this time, I've been able to work with other members of the community in this process, creating safe routes.
Durante mi tiempo en el comité, aparte de participar en las reuniones mensuales, pude ayudar a hacer un alcance a la comunidad a través de grabar un video en español para animar a la comunidad a que votaran por cambios.
Termine.
Can we let her finish and then interpret?
Okay. Que termine, dice.
Que hubiera cambios que quisieran ver en nuestro vecindario. También asistí a varios eventos en la comunidad de Castroville para llevar boletas directamente a ellos para que pudieran votar por sus proyectos favoritos en este instante. Allí yo les explicaba lo que era rutas seguras para que dieran un voto informado. Ser parte de este comité directivo me ha dado las herramientas para abogar por mi comunidad. Me ha ayudado a involucrarme más, animar a más personas a que ellos también se involucren y apoyen a tomar acción y hacer cambios positivos en nuestra comunidad. Hoy les pido que vean por nuestros niños que necesitan calles más seguras. Por esta razón, les pido que apoyen a los proyectos por los que han votado nuestra comunidad, para que nuestros niños estén más seguros y saludables al salir. Tendrán rutas seguras donde ir y regresar durante la escuela. Gracias por considerar este paso y pensar en la seguridad de nuestros niños. Muchas gracias.
During my time on the committee, I participated in monthly meetings. I was able to do outreach in the community through a video that we recorded in Spanish in order to encourage the community for them to vote for these changes that they would like in their neighborhood, like seeing changes that they would like made in their neighborhood. I also assisted in various events within Castroville to take ballots directly to people so that they can vote for the projects, their favorite projects in that very moment. At that time, I explained to them what safe routes to school meant, and they were able to make an informed vote. Being part of the steering committee has given me the tools in order to advocate for my community. It helped me get involved more and to encourage more people who were also able to get involved and offer their support and take actions in making positive changes for our community. Today, I ask that you see for our look out for our children. They need safe streets, and for this reason, I ask that you support these projects that our community has voted for so that our children are safer and healthier, knowing that they will have safe routes in which to return from school. Thank you for your consideration. And for thinking about the safety of our children.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Can you, Brianna, can you set the timer and can you let them finish because we want to do the 3-minute?
That's fine.
Time.
A little more challenging for me, but it's fine. Of
I understand and thank you for helping us.
course. I just have several points to make. I don't have everything written out. Adelante.
Hola, buenas noches a miembros de la mesa directiva del distrito escolar y comunidad. Mi nombre es Teresa Simancas y formo parte del comité directivo de rutas seguras a la escuela del condado norte de Monterrey. Yo me uní al comité porque considero de suma importancia la seguridad de los niños camino a la escuela. Yo soy residente de Castroville y puedo observar cada mañana a los niños caminando hacia las escuelas y también puedo observar que no es muy seguro el camino. Entonces, eso es una de las razones que me llamó la atención ser parte del comité. Formo parte del comité aproximadamente un año, donde he tenido la oportunidad de trabajar con otros miembros comprometidos para trabajar juntos por la seguridad de nuestros niños. Durante todo este tiempo he podido aprender a cómo abogar por mi comunidad. También he tenido la oportunidad de divulgar este proyecto tan importante. También invitamos a la comunidad a votar a personas adultas que vivan en el área, tengan hijos
o nietos como mi compañera y también estudiantes mayores de 12 años ya podían ser parte de estas votaciones. El formar parte de este comité me ha ayudado a conectar con otros miembros para trabajar por el mismo propósito, que es nuestros hijos y una mejor seguridad para ellos. Por eso les pido que aprueben estos proyectos. Sería algo muy bueno para nuestros hijos y para los niños del futuro. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, board members, district. My name is Teresa Simancas, and I was a member of the Safe Routes to School Steering Committee. I joined almost a year ago because I consider it of utmost importance that children have a safe route to school. I live in Castroville and I observe children daily, and I'm able to see that it is not safe. And during the year that I served, I learned to work with other members of the community in order to work on a safe route for our children. I also learned how to advocate for our needs of the community, and I learned how to spread the word. We were able to reach adults that were eligible to vote. They included parents, grandparents, and also any student above the age of 12. Those were the people that were allowed to vote. As a member of the steering committee, I was able to work alongside the other committed members of the community, and we ask that you support this measure for our children and for other children in the community who are our future.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hola, buenas tardes. Seré breve. Mi nombre es Laura Valdés y yo me uní al comité directivo porque es importante que la comunidad colabore, ya que nosotros sabemos las necesidades de nuestros niños. Yo soy mamá, soy abuela de un niño, abuelita de un niño que está en Castroville y mamá de un niño que está aquí en la high school. Y lo que me gustaría mucho ver es que mi hijo camine diariamente. Él camina todos los días a la high school, pero sí me gustaría mucho ver que él, su caminata sea segura, agradable y sin peligros. Durante los primeros meses de la organización, tuve la oportunidad de conocer otros miembros de la comunidad. Realizamos el mapa de las rutas seguras de Castroville a la high school y me tocó la primera parte del proyecto, organizar, decidir cómo se repartirían los fondos y tuve la oportunidad también de ser parte de la votación. Su aprobación para estos proyectos de rutas seguras a la escuela del norte del condado significaría mucho para todos nosotros y un futuro más saludable para nuestra comunidad, para nuestros niños, y muchísimas gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening. I'll be brief. My name is Laura Valdez, and I joined the community because I considered it so important for us to collaborate for our community. I speak here as a mother and grandmother. I am a grandmother to a student in Castroville, and I am the mother of a high school student. And as a mother, I would like to see my son who walks to school from Castroville, walks here to the high school. I would like his commute here to be safe and pleasurable and free of any dangers. And during the first months in which I joined the committee, I was able to participate in the planning of the route to school from Castroville to the high school. And I was also involved in the collection of votes and finally in approving and voting for the projects. And I would like you all to know that this means so much to us, and it is for building a healthier community and future. Perdón, ¿qué fue lo último que dije? La última línea. Seguro futuro, una saludable. A more safe and healthy future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias. Any other public comment?
I think it's a great thing to see some updates and upgrades going into our schools for the safety of our children. Out of everything that I've heard today and everything that I've seen, I don't think we've done enough to get these kids prepared to even cross the street. I think that it's very important that we teach our kids how to cross the street. Back in the day, when I was in high school, we used to do a kids week. It was called the Safety Kids Coalition for a full week. I used to dress up as Buckle Bear. I used to dress up as Smokey the Bear, going to school, signing autographs for kids, talking to kids on the importance of safety of those particular, speeches that we were doing. If I was Smokey the Bear, I was talking about fire prevention, etc. Fast forward 25 years later, I see kids with phones in their hands, playing games, listening to things on the phone, walking into a street. Just because they do have, and they are pedestrians and they do have the right of way, doesn't mean the 2,000-pound car is going to see them. So it's very important for us to do something about having to teach kids how to cross the streets in a safety manner, whether it's a single, lane or a double lane on each side. I think we need to get very creative on having to do this on a mass scale, because we're not seeing that. A lot of kids are just walking into the crosswalks. I see kids at Castroville School, even with cross guards. Cross guards are just in and out instead of holding traffic, teaching kids at the same time. I'm not seeing that. So as much as, we're doing this and presenting this and all this sounds great, but at the same time, we need to teach our kids how to have a little bit more common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, closing public comment. There was no Zoom, right, Brianna?
Hello, my name is Jacob Guile. I'm the principal of the Echo Valley Elementary. Good evening, esteemed board
I
members.
see Mr. Giles. Mr. Giles, do you have a public comment?
Antes, a la hora de tomar el autobús para ir a la escuela.
That's not it.
Al formar parte del comité me ayudó a escuchar diferentes opiniones y problemas que tienen otros miembros de nuestra comunidad. Le hemos dedicado mucho tiempo a este comité y a los estudiantes que son nuestro futuro. Hoy les quiero pedir su ayuda a pasar esta propuesta que hizo nuestro comité de rutas seguras para empezar lo más antes posible con los proyectos por los cuales nuestros miembros de nuestra comunidad votaron. Muchas gracias por el espacio y su tiempo. Should I do this in English now?
No, tenemos un problema.
Okay, no.
study to see what would work the best to accommodate more cars on campus and try and prevent that backup on Echo Valley Road.
Was there any dialogue on an encroachment permit on our property?
There was, and I think that would be a great thing to look at through the process of this study. There is a PG&E pole right in an area where if you were to widen Echo Valley Road, you would probably need to relocate that PG&E pole. So this funding is to look at those options, look at the constraints, and try and come up with a plan for moving a beneficial project forward.
An encroachment permit is allowing, if you guys, some of our property so they can kind of dig in there. And I heard the permits are like 2,000, not that much, for us to allow the county to dig in there. So I was just wondering if that dialogue was discussed as an option. So I know you guys are aware of the hazards and I'm sure there's lots of conversations about that. So I appreciate all the work and effort. And one last question. Do we hire the project manager to oversee this too? And that money comes out of?
So the funding would be to fund and construct all of the projects on the list. We did escalate. So in developing these cost estimates, we took a construction cost. And what the county requested that we do was escalate all construction costs by 30% to cover project management.
So then there's a project management salary included for us to hire someone to oversee these projects.
Probably be contracted out. So, I mean, I asked Nathan to be here because essentially what would happen upon approval is that we would take over the management of these projects in the same way that we take over the management of any other project which happens on our campuses.
But we hire a consultant because our current project manager would be too much to handle this. So we would hire another one.
I don't know if we'd hire another project manager or not. I would need to.
Well, she just described that there's money set aside for that, right? Did I hear that correctly?
It's built into the cost estimate to not just cover the raw construction costs, but also cover construction management.
Right.
Sometimes that is something that a contractor would do. So if you hired a contractor, part of their fee would be management of the project as well as the actual.
Not
raw.
us employ one, but have.
Yeah, we wouldn't employ another.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I needed to understand. Those fees are project manager included to oversee the projects. Okay. All right, thank you for answering the questions. Yes.
And also, Martha, we'd need to work out the details. I wouldn't know what they are yet. Yeah.
Yes,
Question about.
go ahead.
The-
Only this time, Rick.
Thank you. When is this gonna happen? Is it the September 10th to October 8th? And how is that just a separate project?
It's a separate component of the Safe Routes to
Oh,
School
it's
plan.
okay.
Yeah.
And it might look like something like this. Okay,
Yep.
that's awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so just for my clarification, because I'm still a little bit lost. You're asking us to take on proposal number 2, which is conduct studies for Echo Valley Elementary, formalize a route, install a mural, conduct technical study for Elkhorn, Prunedale Elementary, reconfigure school driveway, and then Prunedale Elementary formalized pathway. That's all you're asking us to take on.
Yeah.
The rest is yours. Or
county.
it's someone else to take on.
Yep.
This is what you're asking us to take on because it's on school land and school property.
That's correct.
That clarifies everything for me. And if we take it on, these funds will come to the district for us to decide or for us to take on these projects. If we end up needing more, then we decide how to handle that.
That's correct.
If we end up needing less, that money's still ours. Okay.
I don't think that will happen, but that's correct.
We never know if we become creative, or if we already have other studies out there. All right, so, okay, so that's but I really want to thank all of you. Thank the whole committee. I remember since the very beginning, doing the video for outreach to get all the community involved with our district. And you all set a very high standard on engagement and true engagement of community to make a decision on how community should look like. So we should definitely learn from all of the stuff that you're doing, because that's a really high standard. And that also helps with in the future or people saying, well, no one asked the community what they wanted. There was definitely an ask of community. There was definitely involvement. And I'm a strong believer that everyone should be who's being impacted should be at the table to make the decision, including and most important, the community, because that's who's gonna live day by day with the whatever is decided on. So thank you. You all did a really amazing stuff, and I'm really happy to hear. And I remember talking about this project even way before it was brought. So I'm really excited about it, and that's all my questions. This is an item for approval.
I move to approve.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Preferential vote? Awesome. Congratulations, group.
Felicidades.
Everybody.
All right.
Good job.
We're gonna take a 2-minute recess.
2 minutes?
5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes, y'all.
Apparently, yeah.
All right. I don't have my mic on, but. All right, everyone. Welcome back.
Okay.
Well, Can everyone hear me? we go.
Yeah, that's working.
Yeah. Brianna's like, stop touching it. Oh, no, yeah, having hearing problems. It's not the age. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's move on to our next topic, which is approved ethnic studies course description. Welcome, Antonio.
Thank you. Yeah, slides. Okay, good evening, Board President Melgoza Ramirez, Board of Trustees, Dr. Turkey, and of course, our new member, Adriana Manu Fetoa. I was practicing a lot to try to get your name right, and it's really great to have you here. I'm excited to present to you for approval our Ethnic Studies course description. Joining me in a few moments, or here now, presenting tonight also with me is Jocelyn Barrera, our inaugural Ethnic Studies teacher that we have. And as you're going to be hearing in more detail, our Ethnic Studies course is directly aligns with our mission and vision of ensuring all students graduating college, career, and life ready. And a little bit of a reminder to our community, because we last presented a while back in early June. Ethnic Studies is a one-semester high school graduation course requirement course mandated by Assembly Bill 101 that was approved by our school board in February of 2024. And although a dormant state mandate, because it is not currently funded, our school district is moving forward with implementing this high school requirement this year because we believe in the purpose and in the value of ethnic studies. Aligned with the California Ethnic Studies model curriculum, this right here is part of our vision for the course. And it's, as you can see here, that our students walk away with a deeper knowledge of self, of community, deepening respect for diverse experiences, perspectives, affirming identities, and contributions of marginalized groups, really building on the critical thinking skills, civic engagement, collaboration, and communication skills. Furthermore, to speak into more detail of the alignment of the course with our mission vision, our students will be earning A through G credit. Our course is grounded in effective teaching practices outlined in LCAP goal number 5, including AVID strategies and our EL roadmap. This course directly aligns to the high school student learning outcomes, things like investigating the world, communicating ideas, recognizing perspectives, and taking action. And it will also support our students when earning the state seal of civic engagement. Here is a visual of the timeline that we've had to develop this course. So we started the implementation process in December when we first partnered with the History Civics Project at UCSC. And throughout the spring and summer, Ms. Barrera collaborated with UCSC to design our course. Our other teacher leaders also provided input into the design of the course as well. And here, a key aspect of this course is that we do get community input. And as part of the process, we created and supported various opportunities to gather input and feedback. You can see student surveys, over 350 respondents. We had a community information session. And most recently, from the last June presentation, we have 34 additional responses on our survey to give us even more feedback. And then finally, we also had an opportunity to meet informally with some other community members and with some of our board members as well to strengthen this course. Here, you're going to see that from the ongoing collaboration with our UCSC partners, our community input, we've made several thoughtful refinements to the course that I'm highlighting there in bold for you. So in the attachment, you're going to see a very detailed course description, much more than it was back on June 12th when we had the first read. And with that being now said, I'm going to invite Ms. Barrera to come to share a little bit more on more details on the course description.
And actually, can you go back to the previous slide real quick? Oh, I have access to the clicker. Ooh, that's cool. Hello, good evening, Dr. Turkey, board members, and of course my former student rep, who's awesome. My name is Jocelyn Barrera, and I am truly honored to be teaching the first ethnic studies courses here at North County. Start off there. I'm very happy, very blessed. Let me pull out the course description so I can point out a few things. As we were working as a team with UC Santa Cruz History Civics Project to redefine or to refine this course description, we really didn't want to rid ourselves of key terminology and rigorous academic vocab that our students are going to cover. But what we opted for was adding greater specifics on what this course is going to look like and what exactly the outcomes that we expect for our students would be. For example, we added a piece that says, we will engage with learning complex histories that encourage students to sit with both difficult and inspiring stories and events from the past. Here, what we're trying to do is ensure that we're breaking binaries. What are binaries? Thinking that something is just solely good or solely bad, right? We're looking back and we're asking students to sit with the good and the bad, the positive, the negative, the difficult, the inspiring, and make sense of what did we learn and how can we move forward, right? Something more tangible. And something that really shapes their communities, right? So we also added the specificity on what does it mean to be localizing the course. Now, there's different ways that we're incorporating that. In the future, we want this course to include a lot more case studies that are localized, like Monterey County and so forth. Right now, the truth is that we are doing it little by little, because collecting that information takes a while. It involves going back into the archives. There's no curriculum on Monterey County already done, right? But it's been a fun process and it's in the works. And as we're building that, we're gonna keep showing you guys updates on what that is looking like. Something else that I wanna point on that note is that we defined locality, not just in terms of place, Monterey County, like local communities, but also in terms of state, right? California history is going to be highlighted in that. And then alongside those case studies, we're going to situate them in the larger picture, right? How does that fit into United States history? How does that fit into world histories? Right? Because this is a foundational course, first and foremost. It's 9th grade. Our students are going to have the opportunity to start building historical thinking skills and ideas and understanding ideas from this time, right? So the goal is to make sure that 9th grade, they get basic skills that they can now transfer over to other classes across disciplines, but that they can also take with them and build upon within social studies as they progress through high school, right? So those were the two main things that I wanted to talk about for the course description. I'm going to move to the next portion right here. Okay, so for this part, what you can see is what I call the ethnic studies course map. Here, it's actually a 2-slide course map. Here you can see that there is a total of 6 slides if you count unit 0. That's the intro unit. In this intro unit, there's gonna be a greater emphasis on the students, right? Unit 1 is about something that is very, very relevant to students, schooling. And of course, our goal of empowering them using that knowledge. Unit 2 moves into Indigenous resistance. Unit 3 into defining power, which encompasses a lot. Unit 4, that is focused on othering and belonging. Unit 5, transformation and civic empowerment. And then there's a little box at the end that reflects what the final reflection question would be. So let me go back. In ethnic studies and the way that the course was designed, there is 3 different levels of questioning. Now, if we go back to our goals of best practices, we've been trying to align that with a lot of other cool things that we're doing. For example, in Avid, we use Avid, we use COSTA's 3 levels of questioning to ensure that we're building up our students' critical thinking skills. But we do so little by little, chunking, right? So when we look at the level 1 questions, these are going to be questions that are a little bit more definitions, right? What questions? Something more tangible. Within the course, that is shown to my students through what we call guiding questions. Then those guiding questions are used to inform their answers to their essential questions at the end of each unit. So if you look at all of those, each have an essential question already front-loaded for them. They know what to expect. They know key language to look forward to within their learning process that then they're now going to use to do their writing assessment at the end of each unit. And then there's a bigger layer, right? Because each unit is a unit that in some way is going to be built upon and revisited. In the way that we designed the course, we really tried to look strategically in our organization and make sure that we're not just covering a unit, scrapping what we learned, and like, that's it, right? We test out of it. No. Within ethnic studies, we revisit that knowledge, we build upon it, right? And those are skills that I'm going to be teaching my students to do. But essentially what that builds up to is what our course anchor question, or more like prompt, is. Because if you see it, it covers 3 different things. How did ethnic studies develop as a response to practices and policies throughout history? That's the history component of the ethnic studies course, right? We're going to be teaching those historical thinking strategies to our students. We're also going to be covering things that allow our students to make sense from their perspective, what value they see in teaching such a course. Because there's a lot of information out there, but ultimately the ones that, take the value and take certain things as valuable are going to be our students. The course is for them. And then lastly, there's the piece that is directly tied to the district mission and vision. Our why, our everyday why. How can this course help youth in their journeys to become college, career, and life ready? And this is something that I plan to go to reflect back to, and that I already started talking about with my students. That's the mission and vision. That's something that is like a daily we need to go back to, right? How is it, or what is it that you're going to learn today, right? Teacher clarity, we need to specify those learning objectives. How is it that you, the student, are going to show that you learned both content, skills, right? What is it that you are going to create to showcase that learning and so forth? And then how does that fit into the bigger picture? What valuable knowledge are you going to take with you beyond this classroom, right? Into other classes, into other grade levels, outside of school, and into real life. How is that shaping your outlook on life? How is that shaping the way that you navigate relationships, right? A big component of ethnic studies is centering voices that are typically not centered in other history classes. So we want to emphasize that, right? That's not to say that, we're only going to center people of color's voices, right? And that is also not to say that people of color's experiences aren't talked about in other history classes. But it's just a different level of like giving spotlight, right, in a way. That isn't necessarily always the case in other classes. You can also see in the following slides that here you have an example of what the intro unit is, which is unit 0. And it's divided up into 5 lessons. Once again, you have your core anchor prompt at the very, very top. You have a unit essential question. This one focuses on identities in our stories. So, the question is, how can our identities and stories empower us to combat stereotypes? You have foundational concepts in the yellow circle in the middle. Sorry, that's not a circle, that's a oval, a sideways oval. And then each lesson has those guiding questions that I was talking about earlier, right? Further scaffolded. I'm not sure if those handouts were out there. I think they were. But there's a handout, and let me show you guys what I did to it. Okay. There's a handout that basically includes the essential question for the entire unit, and then has the guiding questions within the same packet. And after each lesson, after students take notes, after they engage in an activity where they apply their learning, they get to do like a little mini paragraph, right? Something short, right? They're freshmen, they're practicing their writing skills, but something short where they're really getting to the point and answering those guiding questions. Those guiding questions, as you can see, are a little bit more straightforward to what it is they're learning. They're mostly level 1, level 2 at most. And they're going to be using these guiding questions at the end of the unit to now inform their longer written response to the essential question. In other words, they're using their notes. We're providing purpose beyond, right? So if our students are doing great in engaging in their learning and they're showcasing that, why not give them a better, or show them that there's like a bigger purpose, right? And allow them to use that to answer their essential question. And then same thing works for the course anchor prompt at the end of the semester. Once they have all those essential question responses answered, then now they can use those to answer the course anchor prompt as they reflect on their learning at the end of the semester, so in December. Let's see if I didn't forget anything. Oh, there are little focus statements on each of those lessons that you might want to look at. After each lesson, there usually is something that helps students engage with the material, apply their learning. It could be an activity. For lesson 1, that's an I am poem. For activity 2, it's gonna mean exploring local waves of immigrants. And I actually reframe that a little bit, just of people living here. Why? Because that allows us to remind ourselves that, there's different people, not just immigrants, there's indigenous people, and then there's also people that are migrants, right? People that have maybe been within the United States but moved for certain reasons. So it's another way to, add greater detail of the diversity of experiences that have shaped our community in many valuable ways. What's the other one? In lesson 3, there's also an introduction to media literacy. I say introduction because media literacy is something that is going to be embedded throughout the course. These are foundational skills that, yes, we highlight in history, especially as we're learning like sourcing. We start by looking at sources from the past, right? But those same tools are now going to be applied so that our students can engage with what they see in their world, right? And media comes in very different ways. Typically, we talk about like news articles, right? But the reality is that media is everywhere for our students. They're on social media, right? And the same things, the same skills are going to apply. For lesson 4, that is the project heavy part. There is alignment to the Our Stories testimony project, and I think there were copies of that. But essentially what that is having a chance for students to reflect on what their identities are, how they choose to define themselves, right? In very different contexts. And I give them examples of what that looks like, but I don't limit them, right? They choose. And they also have a component within that allows them to investigate further about their own family's history, right? And of course, in order to keep it accessible to everybody, not everybody has access, unfortunately, there are alternatives so that everybody can engage in a meaningful way. They can also choose to interview somebody else and then do that Our Stories project on somebody of their choice, right? Lesson 5, there's another project, but this one's a lot smaller, but very, very meaningful. This one I have had the chance to do in the past. It's a loteria card. Did we do it your year, Adriana? No? Okay. The loteria card is a project that centers on the vision of defining our community in ways that are inspiring, in ways that uplift, in ways that inspire. We talk about a lot of things that are harmful, like labels. We talk about how oftentimes narratives can hurt our communities. But by sharing counter narratives, we teach our students to showcase resistance by talking about the good things in their community and representing them with their creativity in our project. And it's something beautiful. We really, I've had the chance to do this, like I said, and I have a lot of student examples that I'm willing to share in the future so that you guys can see what that looks like tangibly, right? My clicker's not working. Oh, there you go. Cool. I think I didn't skip anything, did I? No. So for this part, what you're seeing are examples of how the model curriculum is aligned and embedded into what is being created within the course. These are screenshots for the model curriculum, and I added page numbers. Many of these come directly from the emphasis on speaking to dominant narratives. That's their first reading that students are going to engage with, right? That's the first topic. And that comes from sample lesson 5 of introducing dominant narratives. There is a central like podcast that was transcribed, and using our application for readings, CommonLit, we're providing access for our students. And essentially that podcast is called The Danger of a Single Story. And it talks about how dominant narratives can often lead to stereotyping and lead to stories that are not completely full, right? We're not saying that necessarily everything is false, right? But we're talking about how narratives are not complete, right? There's different layers, different perspectives that have to be accounted for. And that doesn't come from one single source or one single group or one single person, right? It involves a lot of people, a lot of sources. For this particular lesson being embedded within the curriculum, there is an avid emphasis, I guess. We are engaging with this reading using close reading, but we're also engaging in what we call focus notes. And you might not know what those are, but essentially there's 5 phases. And the first phase is the easiest phase for students to recognize, taking notes. Okay, so I'm reading and then I'm summarizing. And a lot of students think that's the end goal. It's not. Now that they have those notes, they get to go back, mark them up, have class discussions, have self-reflection time, go back and annotate, right? And then they can go back to those notes, rewrite things, add things, make connections, ask questions, engage in more dialogue with their peers. They're essentially revisiting them, but building upon them, not just with their own reflection, but with the academic discourse that they're having in the class, those conversations. And for those conversations, there are other methods in which teacher supports. Yes, I'm a facilitator of a lot of those conversations. And I also offer them example questions that they can ask each other or sentence frames to get them started, right? Offering examples as well. And yeah, I don't know what else to add.
I think that was great and thorough. So thank you. I want to publicly thank Jocelyn for all of your hard work on the course. So thank you so much. And the team, these are our next steps that we have. So again, with the idea that this course is live, is continuously changing, evolving with more information that we have as we uncover more histories locally, we are going to be establishing an ethnic studies advisory committee that will consist of students, teachers, parents, and community members. The committee will be providing ongoing feedback to our teachers in district as we continue to align this curriculum, strengthen the curriculum. We will continue to seek and use local history. Our plan is also to reach out to our local Native American tribal leaders to collaborate with them. Some ongoing reaching out has already begun. And Ms. Barrera and other teachers as well will receive professional learning support so that it doesn't all fall on one teacher. We want to build a capacity across multiple teachers, and that'll be connected to the next agenda item that we have. So that concludes the presentation for the recommendation of approving the course description.
Thank you. I'm first gonna open it for any public comment.
So Stephanie and I get to put on our Voices for Change hats this evening and speak in a quasi-official capacity. I'm sure you've all heard from members of our community and the community at large within our district. And I'm sure you're well informed about the differing opinions and everything else. What I want to highlight this evening on behalf of the Voices for Change admin team is that we deeply appreciate Dr. Turkey and Antonio's willingness to come to the table, meet with us, and address our concerns as they come up. You know, we've had several meetings and each time we walk away with even more information. And I really do need to let you guys, the board, know that they have done an amazing job in reaching out to us so that we can then go back into our communities to really address the concerns that we're hearing about. And I'm hopeful, personally, I am hopeful that we can push forward with advisory committees and with addressing the curriculum as it comes up so that year after year we can continue to improve it, to build something that could be used as a model curriculum even amongst our local districts, so that we can continue to make our district better and address the concerns within our community for rigorous and equitable education. So thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say he left somebody out really important. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Liquor guys, like, so sorry.
All right, next public comment.
Define, combating, disrupting, all directions given to students in the 2-page course outline. So welcome, freshmen, to a course intended to foster belonging, and welcome to unbiased teaching. We were told this course was to be about local history, but aside from Indigenous people, other ethnic groups are silenced. Ethnic studies is supposed to tell the untold histories of ethnic groups. This course fails at that. Instead, students are hit with resistance group after resistance group, trivializing ethnic studies to the study of resistance groups, ignoring the rich history and other contributions of ethnic groups. Unit 1 teaches students to view school as the enemy, as if it's a conspiracy to diminish them, instead of a place to nurture, educate, and inspire. This whole unit should be scrapped. We are told this course is aligned with the California's model curriculum. Let's look at 3 of the most extreme politicized topics listed in this outline and see if they are aligned. School to prison nexus. The word nexus does not appear anywhere in the 700 pages of the model curriculum. Define banking education. The phrase banking education does not appear in the model curriculum. Defining decolonization through the lens of critical hope. Neither the phrase critical hope nor the word decolonization appear in any of the 33 model lessons in the curriculum. The course uses 1 out of the 33 lessons of the model curriculum and indicates since 1 is used, the course is aligned, or it uses a phrase taken out of context and by doing that indicates it's aligned. No, it's not aligned. It's not aligned to anything. In the required text section, no supplementary readings are listed. There is a hyperlink to what might be a primary text, but if you log on to view that text, you can't log on. How is the board to approve a course description if they in the community can't even review the primary text? Not to mention working off a 2-page outline. This is signing a blank check. This course is not ready. This course is way off the rails. Personally, I would not approve such a description. At minimum, the board should redefine the course as a pilot course. And with this advisory committee mentioned, the board must ensure that the committee include parents and all instructional materials must be made available. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Alejandra Gonzalez, and I have been a Castroville community member for 15 years and an NMCUSD employee for 14 years. And I am super excited that NMCUSD is bringing ethnic studies to our students. Our community needs it. I myself grew up in the Central Valley in a little town called Houston. It is majority Anglo-Sajona. That's the people that I grew up around. I didn't know my own culture growing up. I celebrated May Day. I had no idea what Cinco de Mayo was. May Day is celebrated on May 1st. It's a European holiday. You dance around a pole of some sort. I don't remember much of it, but those were my holidays. Festas were common in my little town. So I grew up around a lot of festas, but I didn't know my own celebrations. And that is what I learned when I went to university. I went to university 30 years ago, and I took ethnic studies. I was admitted to university as a STEAM student, so I actually did not intend to take any ethnic studies or humanities classes. And once I did, it opened up my eyes, and I started to feel like I belonged because I didn't know my history, only what my parents were able to teach me at home when I asked questions. And when I came home from college, I asked loads of questions. My dad being a bracero, I wanted to know his history because his history was my history. And I wanted to know what sacrifices my mother made to be able to immigrate to the United States. And I wanted to know more about my upbringing. And I started to feel like I belonged. I started to feel that I was not like the India Maria, a Mexican actress, says, ni de aquí, ni de allá. I was no longer like that. I started to feel like I belonged to my Mexican American community and to the community that I lived in. And I bring that here, and I see students that are hungry to know who they are and where they come from. And this course is bound to help them open their eyes to that type of education and culture. We all have a culture, and we should all learn from each other so that we can understand each other better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
First of all, Jocelyn, thank you for giving up your summer. That's, I wouldn't have done it. For Voices for Change, I just want to reiterate what Eric and Stephanie had to say. We had the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Turkey and Antonio, and we went in with assumptions. Some of our assumptions were right, but the majority was wrong. And we came away feeling that we were listened to, that we're walking away with a course that is a living course, that as changes are needed, they'll be made. We've made the commitment that as we hear things, we'll bring them to you. And you've made a commitment as you see that you will listen to us, and if changes are needed, they'll happen, because they're going to need to happen as we go along. It's like anything. We don't know what we don't know. And so I think that it's to be commended for what you've done. And I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be great, and it'll be a learning experience for all of us. And I think it'll bring the community closer together, and we're going to appreciate each other and our cultures. It goes far beyond just learning about ourselves. In our meetings, there were three things that came up. We wanted to hear what happened, how was it resolved, and how are we going to go forward to make it better? And in what you presented, you're answering those. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the tremendous effort that you guys put into this.
and especially giving up the summer. It really shows how much you're committed to the kids. The only thing that I will say that to kind of watch out for, the part of me that's a life coach, is to think about the energy that kids are gonna face this, and this is part of like a healing journey for the community to some extent. So will there be a connection to counseling services or anything like that within the school district for when the kids come up and some of that stuff comes up and they have to deal with it? So that would be something to watch out for. And also like the rechanneling of energy from converting rage into making sure, because it's so delicate, converting the rage into making sure that it's for the betterment of like the community and that they change the narrative for their future, because I see that being this kind of like delicate line between they could go rage and destroy everything, or they can rechannel that into progress and making sure that they change the narrative through their futures and their community's future without it being so focused on how the past was done, but more about the future being how to make things better. So that's just those delicate lines that make it high risk. But if you address the high risk, then I think this is just my foreshadowing. but other than that, I know you've done a great scaffolding and great foundation. So be proud of yourself for that. But yeah, just some things to look for ahead.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Buenas noches, personal de la mesa directiva. Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Yo estoy aquí para pedirles que apoyen estas clases para nuestros estudiantes. Soy madre de 8 hijos, 7 de ellos ya pasaron por la high school, pero tengo una niña todavía en la Elkhorn, es su 3er año, entonces espero que esto sea aprobado porque creo que es muy importante, ¿verdad? Nosotros venimos de una situación también, como comentaba, me gustó el comentario que dijo Alex, nos sentimos, a veces llegamos aquí a una edad donde de repente si no nos enfocamos perdemos también esa historia. Entonces para mí es muy importante que mis hijos, aparte de lo que yo les pueda compartir o cuando alguien los puede llevar, ¿verdad?, a nuestras tierras, en este caso a México, para aprender de nuestra dignidad, es bueno que ellos aprendan de esa manera, pero más importante es que ellos lo aprendan aquí. Ese es mi punto de vista. Como dije, me hubiera gustado que los que ya están ahorita, que pasaron, como dije, mis 7 hijos, hubieran agarrado algo así de la escuela, pero todavía tengo una hija y bueno, la generación sigue. Entonces me gustaría que esto fuera algo que ustedes aprobaran. Gracias.
Gracias.
And the interpreter is going to paraphrase and summarize a bit because I wasn't prepared. I wanted to mention that I support this course being approved because I have 7 children and unfortunately only one still in the school district. And I wish my older children had gotten the opportunity to study this course. They've learned from trips to Mexico and everything we've been able to teach them, but I would fully support for my younger daughter who's still in the district for her to be in the ethnic studies course and learn from this.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Hi again. I'm Ana Nunez, and my 2 boys already graduated from North County, and I was really participative in every way at the school, that everybody thought that I work at the district. But I didn't, so you owe me a lot. Well, I start helping at the school because my son was diagnosed with Asperger's and ADHD, and that's how I said I have to change. He's not going to be part of like every single kid. He's going to be the kid or the mom that is always speaking. When I hear your presentation, the first thing that I hear is that with this course, kids are going to be able to speak themselves, you know? And as an immigrant myself, I came here when I was 24 years old, and I understand his position is like, we don't come in here to change the way this country is. It's just, we are bringing more, you know? But sometimes our communities, they don't want to speak, or they don't want to take their own like roots because they're afraid they're going to be like segregated, you know, because they're speaking about their belongings or whatever they have from their countries. But I always said that if you don't come to a community like me or like immigrants, you don't understand the roots, you have to come or have somebody close to you. And in this community, in our county, we all have a neighbor, we all have somebody that comes from those roots, So bringing this one into the school, I think it's going to help the kids to open, because a lot of our kids are so close when it comes to talking about their families or everything. So I was a little bit confused, but and I'm still a little bit confused because it's the first time that I hear about this. But when I hear a teacher talking like her, don't let her go, because she is a good teacher. Because North County, we need teachers like her, she's not just talking about her. She loves the kids. So she wants the best for the kids. So I wish that every single teacher in North County will be like her. This will be the best, like district and in the county. So just by hearing her and him, let me tell you that please pass this class, because it will be, and like the lady said, everything at the beginning will have like the in and out, but it will get better with time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Hello, my name is Alex Rivera. I too have taken the Chicano Latin American Studies courses myself. I have a degree in psychology and Chicano Latin American Studies. So I'm very, very well aware of what our schools are teaching and the college levels that they're talking about. The biggest difference was that I was an 18-year-old, 19-year-old teen going into college at a different level of mentality. As a freshman, I wasn't at the most emotional stable part of my life, meaning there was a lot of areas where that at that time, the particular time, there was a lot of race wars during that time. Fast forward to 2025, we got the same thing going on right now with ICE and immigration subjects at our core news, and every day it's in the news. So my biggest fear is going in here and teaching these people how to be radical and teaching these people too much about our history that we begin to push everybody away. And like I said before, a lot of those questions, a lot of those social media posts, a lot of those stories, a lot of those conversations that people had, they're going to have to deal with them when they come to school. There's no hiding behind a computer anymore. So that's my biggest fear of going out there and kind of reversing it to where we're outsourcing or we're putting everybody else aside, and that's not going to be fair for people. So for me personally, and thinking the way I have and seeing the way that, our community operates and the way our kids operate, a lot of our kids are not emotionally ready at a freshman year. Their first, year coming in, they're still trying to figure themselves out, still trying to do what they have to do to please their friends or do something that they feel they have to do to fit in. So that's my biggest fear. Although I like the class, I love the idea. I think it should be taught at a higher level, junior and senior year, something that I would do, especially since it's not due till 2030, right? We still, regardless of what happens now, it's something that you guys made, but I do caution and I do warn of the caution what can happen in the community as well. So I guess as a teacher, you're gonna have to look out for those kinds of behaviors towards, other groups and ethnicities. So other than that, you have our full support.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Zoom? No Zoom? All right, Zoom, sorry, we have technical difficulties for any Zoom participation today. No?
Good afternoon. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I was a little worried that I wasn't going to get my opportunity to comment. My name is Elsa Jimenez. I'm a parent of a senior at North County High, and I commend the teachers, the district, and hopefully the board for considering moving the ethnic studies curriculum forward. I, as a parent, I'm willing to serve on the advisory committee. And I'm only sad to see that my daughter, who is going to graduate this year, will not have an opportunity to be able to receive this enrichment at the high school level, and will have to wait till she's in college to be able to be exposed to ethnic studies and really understanding the history of Monterey County, the different ethnic groups and cultures that have comprised it, the introduction of different ag products, dairy products, fisheries, etc., and really why our county is so rich and diverse and how we were able to make it the way it is, including with the beginning of the indigenous residents that we have in our community. So I commend you and I applaud you, and I hope that you agree to move this forward, because why should students have to wait till they go to college if that is what is next for them to be able to understand and value their own ethnic culture and upbringing, but more importantly, that of others, if we hope to create a more just, tolerant community that really students that are empathetic and value diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on Zoom? Can you unmute yourself? All right. No? Okay, closing public comment. Now we're moving to the board, and I'll start with our student representative. Questions or comments?
It's mostly comments. I really love the idea of this class. I like that it starts in 9th grade. I like that there's not a jump from just being in 9th grade to world history and US history. I think having that little buffer and the fact that there's cultural involvement, especially in an area like this, is really important. I think like cultural impact and putting that in schools and especially in a class is very important. And even if it wasn't a graduation requirement, like if I wasn't a senior, I would take this class. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Rick?
Thank you for the presentation. It was awesome. I mean, like Anna said, you're a gem for sure. And on a personal note, I mean, I love this stuff. I love history. I come from Native American history that traced back to 1823 at the least, from right here, like in Prunedale, Santa Rita, Salinas area. But you know, when I came to this position, you know, you kind of should leave your bias at home and make decisions. I like to make decisions on what the community wants. And at first I heard from a couple of community members kind of, you know, skeptical and stuff like that. And then, you know, started hearing more people that are for it. And I hope that the next steps on the that are there on the screen satisfy the people that may be skeptical about it if this passes today. Hearing from students and teachers and community leaders like on Zoom, and it helps out a lot because sometimes you don't hear a lot of community input, and obviously we did today. So that's all for now.
Thank you. Sandra?
I have a question. How did you select the lessons? You know, like what I heard was concerns over critical hope, factory education, the school and prison nexus. You know, why those? Because there are so many with the model curriculum. Why those specifically over others?
The development of all of those wasn't just coming from me. Just want to clarify that. It was, the starting point, was looking at what other districts had in place. Mainly Salinas Unified. So we went from there. I do want to clarify that in the model curriculum, there is that language, like it does appear. School to prison nexus is the one that doesn't appear. But there is a term that is on there that is pipeline. And pipeline, you guys know, is more causation, right? In our effort to explain schooling, hard histories, difficult histories, we don't want students to end up on that dark note. We want to empower our students, right? If we're saying that to our students that, you know, all this negative stuff happened, but then we don't go back to see to talk about what has improved, and then to talk about how they can keep improving, you know, and how they can keep navigating through those systems, like what things they can learn about, what skills they can develop, what resources they can tangibly find. We can't move forward, right? So we're really trying to label it a nexus. And that wasn't a piece of advice that didn't come from me. It came from the UC Santa Cruz History Civics Project. That was a piece of advice. So that we're not feeding a particular narrative coming in, but rather giving students an opportunity to engage with the history with different court cases, because there's going to be a lot of court cases in there, in that unit. And to see how we've made so much progress. Like, yes, these are dark histories, but we made so much progress little by little and in different ways, right? In terms of language inclusion, in terms of special education opportunities, right? In terms of integration, getting away with from segregation, right? Separate is not equal, that type of stuff. So that's where that's coming from. And that's why there are some like words that are reframed. So I understand the comment on like the nexus piece, that it sounds like there's a direct connection, but I feel like there's I guess it would be a lot stronger if we use the word pipeline, which is actually on the model curriculum, right? So we want to make sure that students are learning on their own, and it's not just like teachers saying this, it's students exploring and jumping to their own conclusions, right? Because they're smart. I know they're freshmen. I know that they can be immature at times, but they are very smart. And in the past 2 days that I've had the opportunity to engage with them, I can tell you that they're gonna bring so much to the course, so much good conversations, because they're already having them. They're great. So I'm gonna invite everybody to really believe in our students, because they have so much to bring to the table, so much to fuel rich conversation. And it's not going to be coming from the teacher, you know, just saying they have their own ideas that are stemming from their experiences. So go with that. Critical hope is in the curriculum. Critical hope is actually in a lot of no, not just the site difference. It's like in a lot of the I don't know if it's necessarily in the lessons component of it. But if you control F, and you pull the entire model curriculum, it will appear on there. Believe me. I did this because I like to be prepared. So control F. What's the other term? Banking education? Yeah, right? The third one?
Factory education? Banking, what?
Banking education and factory education. Okay. So factory education just goes back to the fact that schooling was designed as like from the factory model, It really was. Making sure that students, like the purpose was really for students to come out and be ready to be somebody's worker, not to be their own boss, right? And to you know, manage their time accordingly to whatever, you know, boss needed and what the outcomes of productivity were and that stuff. That's where that comes from. Banking education is not a term that necessarily comes in within the model curriculum, but it comes from foundational sources that are taught from. Banking education is actually a concept that comes from Paulo Freire. There's a book called Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Now, I know that there's like, you know, conflicting perspectives or whatnot. But that is a reading that is in the model curriculum that is cited in the footnotes. So if you look up Pedagogy of the Oppressed, you're going to find that. And then if you read the book, you're able to find banking education. But I'll explain what banking education is so you know you guys get the most out of this. Banking education is a notion that in a classroom, the teacher is sort of like this know-it-all that teaches, feels or fills an empty vessel. Like it's basically assuming that students don't have knowledge and that the teacher is there to fill the vessel with the knowledge and that's just the way it works. When we're saying we're defying banking education, it means that as a teacher, I am empowering my students to use their voice. It means that as a teacher, I'm reminding them that their voice is valuable. It means that as a teacher, I'm giving them the tools to showcase their voice in a variety of different ways. Because our students have different levels of comfort when it comes to express themselves, but also different ways of expressing themselves. So small group discussion, if they feel, you know, good about themselves, and class discussion, right? Or it can mean like they're posting and having discussions on their Google Classroom. It could also mean like a silent gallery walk where they write on their posters and they're not necessarily, you know, attaching their name on there, but they're engaging with the content. So that's what it's coming back to. Does that make a little bit more sense?
Well, thank you for touching on those different topics.
Yeah.
But I mean, my original question was, how did the committee,
Yeah.
the team decide what lessons, one over another? Was there a methodology? Was it based on recommendations from UC Santa Cruz? Oh,
It was
I think
based from
they-
recommendations. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And then you said Salinas U.
Yeah.
Right, you modeled it after.
Yeah, yeah.
Salinas U. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that response. I guess my other question is, do you feel like your lesson plan addresses, you know, Black American experiences, Asian American experiences?
Yes.
Other cultures
Yes.
adequately?
Yes, and I'm gonna go back to the fact that it's a work in progress, right? So right now I do have all the subgroups included, but there's always that ambition to add more and to specifically look at different histories that are not typically, you know, talked about. Yes, we have a lot of Latino members, but we're not centering just those voices, right? And even within Latinos, that's a pan-ethnicity, right? Asian American is a pan-ethnicity, Native American is a pan-ethnicity, Indigenous, right? African American, whatnot. What is a pan-ethnicity? It means that those are like large groups that include a bunch of subgroups, right? And with a lot of different cultural differences, a lot of different experiences and whatnot. So as we're moving forward, that's stuff that's going to be redefined, that we're going to keep adding to it. And the really cool thing is that now with a formal committee, and I already have teacher colleagues that are interested, that's really going to open a lot of doors to having greater voices be represented, especially as our parents join in the conversation and our students, right? And I really want to go back to centering the students. Our students are literally the first ones taking the course, right? So really going back to what did they get from it? Like, as we approach the end of the semester and whatnot. I think that's gonna be the biggest piece of like reflection, right? And that we should really focus our energy on. Like, what did they see valuable in the course, or did they see value, right? But that has to come from them.
I think it'll be very important.
Yeah.
Define how to assess if they saw value in the course. I guess the next question is not to you, Jocelyn, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is establishing an ethnic studies advisory committee. Today's the first I've heard of this, right? What is your timeline, Dr. Turkey, for establishing the ethnic studies advisory committee? And let's say there's parents that are interested, students that are interested. What will that mechanism look like to indicate interest and get an opportunity to participate?
So I'll let Antonio answer this, if that's all right, Antonio.
Yeah, and not, not 100% like, finalized in black or white yet, right? But the idea first is that we definitely center, as Jocelyn said, the students that are in the class. So putting out a way for the students to decide, once they know what it means to be part of the committee, like what the commitment might mean, like have as many who want to apply as possible. I would like for us to have a diversity of different folks to be representing the students. And I think the same thing for the parents. So if we put the call out for parents and for community members who want to be part of ethnic studies, I think it'll be important to have various types of perspectives that are there. I think we need to also ask, what kind of expertise do you want to bring to the table? Why do you want to be part of the committee, to get a little more information from the people who are wanting to be part of that? And then at the end of the day, Dr. Turkey and I, and we can welcome, who else might be a part of that. But we'll need to look at the people who are interested in being part of the committee and then decide who's going to be there. Because what we want is the people to keep coming back and have consistent conversations, not like just different people popping in and out throughout the time. So there will have to be, we'll have to create a selection criteria. I'm shooting for different voices, and we have a lot of people who end up applying for it. For the teachers, it'll be similar. I'm glad to hear that there's already some teachers that were going to be interested. Yeah, and I think we need to expand it as we need to make sure we have diverse voices. I think that's what I would prioritize for the selection of those folks.
Okay, I mean, I certainly would just like us to follow through on what we said. I mean, originally we said December 20th, 24, we're gonna have, community input, and that really was slow to take effect. Then we had a survey, which was, I'm gonna use the word inadequate. So I would like to see that if we are including other voices, that our outreach and we're consistent about that feedback. So, thank you. Thanks for
You're
your
welcome.
answers.
Thank you, Sandra. Angelo.
About the burst of this seems, because I have to be honest. Well, first I want to start positive. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for the love that you put towards this class, towards your students. These are my observations. I am not speaking for the board, but through my observations, I feel like you've been unfairly treated by your peers, by the community, and by other members who should have had your back, especially as a younger teacher. So I want to apologize that happened to you. And once again, thank you that you did your best to, keep a tough upper lip and fighting for something you believed in. I do have a couple of rough questions, but they're not directed at you at all, Jocelyn. I need you to understand that one. Because my disappointment is in the district and a lot of failures that have happened in this. And in fact, I've had to the public know I've had 2 meetings with district admin, and I still feel like my concerns were not addressed. So I'll just go down the line. I really thought by this meeting, we would have had more information or something I requested was a professional development calendar. I want more teachers who want to teach this class to be afforded the opportunity to get trained and have the opportunity to share with their knowledge and get ready for that class. Because what if you decide to leave? What if you decide to have for a plethora of reasons? I don't want an army of subs like the math department had a couple of years ago on a class that I consider very important. So, and this idea about the professional development plan, it's not mine. It's in chapter 2 of the ethnic studies model curriculum. My ideas are coming from the ethnic study model curriculum. I just find it frustrating that as a trustee who's technically only supposed to work 2 days a month has to put in this much effort to figure out what's right, what's wrong. And these should have been answered before we get started today. I'll go through your next steps. Establishing an ethnic studies advisory committee. What does that even mean? Unfortunately, we were promised this in December. This should have been given a date. What do they say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That needs a date. Ongoing collection of feedback and course refinement. I was looking at the slideshow. What did it say? 34 people filled out a survey now in the district. So if we have 4,435 students, I'm just going to make the math simple. Let's pretend they only had one legal guardian or a parent. That is 0.7% participation. That is not reflective of our community. We could do better. For the student survey, 358 students. I'm going to just use a high school out of 1,286 students. That's 28% input. That's not good enough. I'll be even nice. Let's pretend of each student that did the survey, if they had one parent or legal guardian do the survey, that would bring us from a meager 0.7% up to 8%, still not good enough. These are implementation issues that we need to take serious, especially in the course as a board. We wanted and supported regardless of the state mandate. That should tell the community how important this is to us. Clarification, because Trustee Ruiz brought this up about African Americans and Asian Pacific Islanders. I'm not trying to speak for you, but I'm going to try to clarify. The Indigenous has a dedicated and Unit 2 they have a dedicated unit. But with Hispanic, Chicano, Latinos, they're in Unit 0, Unit 1. African Americans are in Unit 1 and 4. Asian Americans are in Unit 4. And Pacific Islanders are in Unit 1 and Unit 0. This is just actually, I'm trying to figure out, why is it that one group got a dedicated unit, but the other ones were embedded throughout? I'm actually just curious about that one. But, because I know that the curriculum says that you can do either embed them all or choose those 4 main groups identified. So I'm trying to understand the rationale of how that.
Yeah, I guess I can speak to that a little bit. For the Indigenous unit, I chose not to say Native American because Indigenous peoples exist all over the world and outside of the American continent. So there is going to be ways in which we address other perspectives, right? Other Indigenous groups. We're going to be talking about Indigenous groups, yes, within the United States, yes, within California, yes, within Monterey County.
Can I read you back in?
What's up?
I want to read you back in because we're getting on topic of my question.
Yeah.
Why did they get a dedicated group and the other ones were embedded? What was the rationale behind the selecting of the units, the focus areas of your units?
What I'm saying is that it's not like they are embedded within the Indigenous unit. There is embedded experiences. So we're going to talk about African Americans, well, not African Americans, Black people in general, because we're talking about their connection and how their roots, their Indigenous roots were spread because of the forced diaspora, because of slavery, right? A lot of experiences are really tied to one another. When we talk about histories of colonization,
okay, then I think
we're gonna
my question, Spur.
Yeah.
I'm cutting you off, but so now I gotta get you. The title confused me.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
I'm just,
can
that's where I got.
can I just like finish a bit
Sure.
to give more context? When we talk about colonization, we're going to be talking about, yes, local colonization here, but also we're going to embed stories that fit the Indigenous backgrounds of people in that are coming from different countries, right? It will be also an opportunity to engage in what indigeneity looks like today, what Indigenous perspectives we have even within our community, what Indigenous backgrounds and languages and cultures our students are coming with. And then going back to the like other groups, right? If we really talk about histories of colonization, you're gonna see that a lot of histories are very similar. For example, if you look back at Spain and the Philippines, right, you're gonna see another connection. So yes, it is. I guess the title could be confusing if you think indigenous, just Native Americans, but indigeneity is a concept that includes many.
I'm thinking what I read in chapter 2 of the ethnic study.
No, you're good. You're good.
And I hope you see, I'm not the only one that got confused because of the title.
No. And this is why we're here.
And then we're not questioning what you did.
Yeah.
We're just curious the rationale behind.
Mhm.
It appears one group got different treatment than the other groups. And I just needed a little bit of clarification on that point. There's. We have two thoughts. There's one, a public comment about. Make this being a living thing. Where in the slideshow does this say that this is open to change? Is this a pilot program? Or are you asking us to approve this as solidified? That's an internal question.
We're asking for this course description to be approved as it is, knowing it's going to continue to be refined as we go along, and specifically through the experience of the teacher and the students, and also through the advisory committee. The request today is to approve it as it's at right now, understanding that it's always open to adjustments and change, because that's the nature of ethics studies as opposed to physics. For example.
Okay, so how do I make that change?
So the teacher, in this case, Ms. Barrera, as she's going through it, will need to make changes depending on what's coming out from the students and their needs or what's happening in local history. That in itself can also adjust what is planned, like a good teacher does in that perspective. The other way that it can happen is as we get data from the kids, particularly when the semester's over, or even mid-semester, to adjust how we're teaching it, how we're approaching it, even some of the content, those adjustments are going to happen then. When we get data from them, when the whole course is completed in January, we're going to really be able to be like, hey, what adjustments do we need to make? Because now we have one semester in and we're going to make tweaks. But what I'm going to say is even a year from now, even a year and a half from now, as things continue to evolve, both politically or if all of a sudden there's a different influx of a different ethnic group into our community, we need to adjust yet again. So that's what we mean about it being live and unlike any other course in the history of California in public education.
Sorry, my sensor.
Okay, so. What is it about our materials? Ed code 60,002, teacher involvement, promotes involvement. We're selecting materials. It also, the ed code also states that you want members of the community in the selection of materials. Did that happen?
Ethics studies is not like other courses where that ed code speaks to.
It does not go to that one?
It's not the same ed code for ethnic studies, not like a regular publishing process for a curriculum.
Where did I learn that ed code? I actually learned it on the ethnic studies monocurriculum.
Yeah.
Because they promoted on that curriculum to reference that ed code. So I might hear what you're saying, but I'm letting you know, how did I figure out that ed code? I just literally clicked on the link from chapter 2.
Trustee, what I'm saying is that the processes are different. What is in common is that you get community input as was described earlier, and how we have gotten it. And I understand that you have a concern for how it was done and how much feedback we had, but that is some of the processes for getting input. And furthermore, ways that we're going to continue to get additional input into the course. But it isn't like how we recently had the ELD, curriculum that the board approved, and we have, public viewing. That processes is what's different.
Like I said, I'm just letting my fellow trustees know, so that I'm going to be motioning to amend this curriculum. So I'll wait for you to go first and get your questions, but I have a motion. I'm done with my questions.
You're done? All right, Martha.
Okay. First, I really want to thank you, Jocelyn, for all the work that you've done behind this. I mean, it shows on your presentation today, all the detail, all the research, all the information, and you're the expert. You went to college. This is your degree in it. You also had consultants to help you. You also worked with other districts. So it wasn't something that you did on your own, but I really appreciate the effort behind this and all the work behind it. We know it's not a secret that this was kind of implemented late in the game. But I do appreciate meeting with you. You took the time to meet with all of us board members individually also to answer our questions in advance and to make sure we vet this out. You also met with the groups, and I appreciate that because this is what it's about. This is a sensitive topic, but I've been advocating for this for over 3 years because I've seen, and I wrote a statement about this last night, and I was just thinking about, how passionate I am about this because it stands at the heart of a vibrant and diverse community. That's what North Monterey County stands for. And our students are amazing. And they bring a wealth of culture, heritage, histories, and perspectives that enrich our classrooms. And you talked about that, and I went to, when you first started the community meeting, there was a community meeting, there was a survey. And we went to that meeting at the middle school. Parents and students were there. And she shared exactly, our student today shared how important that identity and being in a safe place of belonging to be able to learn each other, embrace it, and be able to work from there, something they didn't have an area to do before. So decades of studies show that when students see themselves reflected in a curriculum, they are more engaged, achieve higher academically, and develop a deeper sense of belonging. Ethnic studies equips all students, so regardless of background, with the tools to understand complex histories, challenge stereotypes, and build bridges across differences. And one of the things that, it really helps to bring compassion in our democracy of what we need today. So with North Monterey County Unified School District, this is important. We haven't had this before. This is different times. We need this. And it's a commitment to equity and inclusion and social justice. And I really feel that by supporting ethnic studies, we affirm that every student's history matters, every voice deserves to be heard, every learner should leave our schools not only college and career ready, but also community and world ready. So I stand by this, and I want to move this forward. You've done a lot of work. And the key thing is it's evolving. This is the curriculum. All the other curriculums that nobody's challenging are solid, and we have to just go with it. This one's evolving. We're going to continue to get community input, and we're going to get kids' feedback. You already heard a lot of positive feedback today, more than we've heard in other curriculums. So I vote for this to move forward. Yes, maybe it wasn't by the book, but you know what? Every other district is thriving. It shows. I've been talking to lots of other superintendents. It's thriving. Students' feedback, they're just evolving. This is something that we've needed for a long time. And so I just want you to know that I really appreciate, because I believe in you, Jocelyn. I believe that they chose the right teacher for this. And yes, there's going to be other teachers involved. There's going to be training. There's going to be other things that we can kind of build this on. And that's what we're doing. We're building it. And it's going to get even better. So anyways, that's where I stand.
Thank you, Martha. Yes, definitely thank you for the time. As you can see, we're all very passionate about a topic like this. You all have heard me before. I learned about ethnic studies in 7th grade. So I feel like that helped me actually define my path in life and say, like, this is what I want to do, because I actually don't have to choose between cultures. I don't have to choose between things. I can be me, and I could do things that benefit me, and I have an identity and a purpose. I have 3 kids. I wish they could have taken ethnic studies here. Actually, my daughter took ethnic studies as a 9th grader, but in a summer program with a college with CSUMB. And she came back energized, understanding. She actually loved to learn about her and where she comes from. My son took ethnic studies as a freshman in college, and he was culture shocked when he got to college, because of course he was in a school where he could turn around and see someone like him, but he went to a school and he turned around and saw no one like him. So he took ethnic studies and he said, I wish I could have learned that earlier on, so that way I wouldn't feel like I had to figure out who I was in college. I wanted to figure out who I was and our contribution into the world earlier on to help me then deal with not seeing other people like myself around. My youngest one is the one that's still missing to take ethnic studies. But she's super excited because she chose a school. And the first question that she asked everyone at school in the clubs is like, how can I learn about culture and about things that are happening in ethnicity and other people and groups, because I want to be able to belong and be around and learn about each other and not feel like I don't belong. I think it's very important to be local, but you know what? Our students move out. And as much as we want them to come back, many of them go and experience the world. So they need to understand also not only the local, but they need to understand how the state connects and how the world connects to them, and how this is not, shouldn't be just a local thing. Yes, it should start local, and that's important, but we are creatures of moving around. And we, when we move around, we need to be able to learn, or what we learn, take it with us and be like, oh, this is how it applies, not in a community like Castroville, but it applies to a different community. Yes, I agree. Administratively, this is not you. Administratively, it could have been better. We could have started way earlier. We could have done all this stuff, but we didn't. We have now the opportunity to move forward and do things and incorporate what we missed, but we shouldn't get stuck in what we didn't do. We shouldn't get stuck in what could have, would have, should have. We should get stuck in how do we make sure we don't repeat what we didn't like about incorporating this. And it's an evolving course. I also agree, like, why don't we talk about other courses like this? Which for me would be really interesting, but it is a topic, right? And I also believe that you are the right person to teach it. You are an alumni. You were a student here. You understood what was it to be a student with not a foundation like that, and then go to college and have the knowledge and the learning, and how it could have been better if you would have learned it earlier on. So it could have been a better experience. And for me, I agree. I leave my biases and I leave things behind. And I then hear, what does our students want? And what I heard from one of our students and our student representative, and they chose her for something, for a reason, as a student representative, our student representative said, this class matters and I wish I could have taken this class. And I believe strongly, I've always said, our students are bright. Let's stop thinking that they don't have capacity. Let's actually embed in them that they can do anything they set their minds to. We have enough people trying to break them down for us to not believe in who they are. We must build them, because they're going to have enough people out there in the world to break them down. Let's not be part of that crew, but let's be part of the crew of saying, you matter. It doesn't matter if you come from, we always say, a tiny town like Castroville. You matter. You have the capacity. You're smart. You have the ability, and you will reach higher levels just like any other student in any other part of the world. So we want to really emphasize that in our students, as that's my belief, as a person, and we should even start earlier. We should embed culture and identity and everything since early on, because we always say like, oh, we're saying, oh, they're not ready. And definitely we need to have support systems in place to help them with the learning. We're saying like, oh, maybe this is not the right age. This is the, but guess what? Even if they're not learning it, they're living it on a daily basis. So we're saying they're not ready to learn it, but they're ready to live it. That doesn't make any sense to me. They live it on a daily basis, regardless if we teach it or not. Let's give words to those students. Let's give validation that what sometimes they feel is true and is real. Let's call it what it is. It's real. And let's help them with, instead of feeling kind of like angry about it, that they find the power, like you mentioned, right? That they find the power and that they use that power to say, we all matter, and this is how we all matter, and this is how it should be better for all of us, and not just for one group or the other. And so I really, I'm in support of this, and regardless if it was a mandate or not, I would have always supported something like this. It just makes a huge difference when you actually learn who you are as a person and your contribution into the world. That's my take. Do we have a?
Can I make a motion? to
Well, I
approve?
have a question. I love your Vice President DeMarco's idea about professional development if the course gets bigger. The reason I say is because we had a couple of people that are seniors express that they would like to take it, and I'm just curious why, if these freshmen now are taking this, do they have like the whole 4 years, or they're just going to take it the whole freshman and then obviously the ones behind them? So why are we limiting like our seniors or freshmen or sophomores or juniors to not be able to take it?
That's a good question. So at the moment, it's being put in as a 9th grade course, but it is a good question, Rick, around kind of like, hey, could this be kind of like open to others, right? I mean, we've put it in as a graduation requirement, but we're just not there yet. Just in year one. It's an interesting thought though.
Can I say something? When I was doing some research, Rick, on some other districts, Sacramento, because I know some of the superintendents there, they started this 3 years ago, and now it is in other grade levels, but they had to start with ninth grade, but now it's going so well. That superintendent says that now all grade levels, parents are coming and they want to see it, for all other grade levels.
Nice.
So, I mean, you got to start somewhere, and that's what we're trying to do here. So hopefully it'll evolve to other grades,
And
once we
some of the
master it.
stuff that Antonio was saying about selecting people that could be on the committee, I that doesn't sit with me well. I want like as many people as the table. I have some Filipino relatives of my wife that just have stories back 100 years or less, and the Italian people have a huge history here too, that are obviously migrated from Italy and stuff like that. But I think everyone, I don't know what your amendment is, but I just think everyone should be
I feel
able to.
confident that what I've been is going to answer a lot of these questions.
Okay.
And just so you know, there is a Salinas Valley Ethnic Studies group that involves CSUMB professors, Hartnell College professors, community members, different people from different districts throughout Monterey County that are working on this as a model for all the students around Monterey County that any district can adopt. So there's professional development that they also have. But any of you could put a motion up.
What do you think for Robert's Rules and Norms of 12th edition, I move to amend. I move to adopt ethnic studies for 2025 to 26 as a 1-year pilot contingent on A, the formation of an ethnic studies advisory committee by the date of October the 10th. B, a documented tribal consultation per the model curriculum containing a contact log, agenda minutes, and resulting edits by October 10th. A development of a professional development calendar with proposed dates, hours, budget, and trainers, and also that by October 10th. And to clarify the board, I chose October 10th because that would be the end of the first quarter of our academic calendar. I would also ask for another amendment to be a pilot assessment plan where at minimum we talk about the attendance of the class, what type of social emotional learning and artifacts we used there inside that course with a student voice. And it's to be brought to the board in the springtime of 2026 as a board report. It is my belief that making this recommended motion is that we hold accountability. We ensure that promises are going to be followed. And hopefully with this amendment, we can move, I moved that we can address other issues as they do evolve as a living format. So that would be my motion to do that to move to adopt that way, but continued on those subcategories I provided with the deadlines.
Do I have a second?
Wait, can I get clarification? So for that motion, just to understand how this works, as we never had this before. So we all have to agree with that amendment if we approve this motion?
If there's a second, yes, and then there's a vote.
So what about a vote just to approve the curriculum?
There was a change there's a motion to change this item. So that's allowed under
Robert's rules of
Robert's
Rules
Rules
12
of Order.
edition.
Do I have a second?
Those are very reasonable and doable, easily. So I could second that.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Aye. Marta?
I don't want to delay this, but I just wanted to make sure that this was going to be realistic. Can I ask that question? This amendment, is it realistic?
Marta, we're voting on this motion.
Ay. Yes, I guess.
Okay, 4-1.
I just wanted to move
Motion
forward.
passes. Did you take note? If not,
It's noted here, and I'm gonna follow with trustee DeMarco to make
please,
sure I have
so you could get
absolutely
the exact, because he hasn't written down, so he could get the
Can I add
exact.
something? I just wanted it to be known that students can take ethnic studies through Hartnell or MPC through our dual enrollment program.
Is dual enrollment offered here through ethnic studies or ethnic studies offered through dual enrollment? No, right?
I mean, through dual enrollment, students can take all sorts of classes. So, I mean, there's,
During school?
I mean, it
Yeah,
depends on
taking
when
it.
they have space.
Taking it for fall, yeah, it's online. Yeah.
Oh, it's online.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
A
not
lot
a
of classes
course
are.
offered here.
No, not offered
Okay.
here, but you can
All
take
right.
it right through the dual enrollment.
That's good
program
information
as
to
an
know.
option for students.
Good information to know. All right, motion passed. Closing it.
I think what passed was the
Amendment.
amendment. Now
Correct.
you have to vote on the actual,
Curriculum.
no, you have to.
No,
so you-
that was all of it.
I mean, I
He's-
just,
He said, I motion to approve the ethnic studies course description.
gotcha. Okay.
Description with those,
Yeah, those
With those-
stipulations.
those additions,
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I need to clarity
with
on.
those additions. So those
Okay.
additions were added.
By October
Motion
10th.
passes. Moving on, the next one.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Jocelyn, again.
So
All right,
I'm still.
ethnic studies, approve the history and civics project at UC Santa Cruz contract.
Madam President, per Robert Rules of Order 12th edition, I move to table this indefinitely.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Definitely meaning,
No, three
Never.
votes.
oh, no, I'm just asking.
Never.
I agree. Yeah,
Oppose?
Oppose.
All right, 4-1. Thank you. All right. Moving to next one, approval of the addendum to the superintendent's contract. The board is asked to approve first addendum to Dr. Turkey's employment agreement. His base salary will increase 5%, same as other employee groups. Effective July 1st, 2025, Dr. Turkey's base salary will be $252,000. I'm gonna open it for any public comment. Zoom? Oh, yeah.
Wait, you present.
I.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for all you've done for the district, for parents, the support, the open doors, the communication. It really has been a night and day scenario. So I just wanted to say I appreciate it.
Nice.
Thank you.
And yeah, I guess I just want to piggyback on what Stephanie said and thank you for your time at North Monterey County High School. It's been a long war for us as well, and just it's bringing some stability. And I think we're giving credit where credit is due to the whole board. I just want to say thank you and tell you guys in person. Obviously, I know it's a lot easier for people to do it on social media or anything like that, but I think I have what it takes to do it in person. I think that you guys have done a great job considering the circumstances that we were given a few years back. So thank you for adding some stability to our district. One thing I will advise is that you do keep an eye and ear open for other community members, not just the people that are around you the daily basis, or even your own cabinet. Sometimes we ran into those issues for that reason before. And that's why we were in the position that we were in, because of the same people that have been driving this district for a very long time. There's a lot of voices out there that need to be heard as well. So that's just the only thing I could tell you. I've told you the other day in the meeting, I'm not afraid to tell you in person. Just keep an eye and ear open for everything that's out there. And there's a lot more people that want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Next public comment?
In spite of that, I've made it clear I disagree with, certain things, and we've discussed math. Dr. Turkey has always made time to speak with me, and I greatly appreciate it. And the meetings that we had before I gave the math fact fluency presentation, some of his advice was critical to making that presentation what it was. So I do appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank
David.
you. Any other public comment? Sue? All right, board, closing public comment. Board, do you have any questions?
Oh, so if we already agreed on this, so is this just a technicality?
This is for us to.
So what
vote.
happens if we just said no? I'm just
Nothing
saying,
happens,
it's
it's
still,
a
he's
vote.
still gonna get everything?
It's still, no, this is a vote. We're voting on this.
Okay. That's all
No
my
questions?
Yeah.
All right, this is a motion item. I move to approve the addendum.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Oppose?
Abstain.
Okay, 4-1. Did you say aye? Martha? Okay, 4-1. Motion carries. Board request. I'll start with Rick.
You already got my one about the firm, Christy White.
Okay. Sandra.
I wanted a presentation about the process for outside community members using our facilities, and then a proposal for what, any potential recommendations from their use and their responsibility of using district resources.
Awesome. Angela? Martha? No. And I don't have any. Meeting adjourned at 10:18 PM.